We are calling those people who are still outside. Wababiza wonkunowa. Wabakeli manawe. Watimvuliyeza. Aibongena nawe. Asibizo profess. Wababiza wonkunowa. Nabodokotela bonke. Nama masters, ama honors, ama BA. Nabangena kokulungile. Nabangakaze bagrade sithingena. Abakhuluma isiZulu nesipedi. NesiXhosa nesitswana nesivenda. Ngena nowa. All the languages. Wababiza bonkunowa. Even the English and the Africans, Sonke. Mu was also there. Ngena. Ngena nowa. All right, let's relax a bit. And we are about to start. Let's just take a break and relax while I ask for someone who will come and give me a Chivenda song that we will be able to sing together. I'm right there. I'm sitting at that table. I'll be waiting on you. Thank you. have to usher in our dignitaries, so that we start the program with them in the house. They will be ushered in by our poet. And so if we could just settle down, if you needed to finish your coffee quickly and wipe the cream from your face and the jam, because you did see that there are cameras everywhere. So you want to make sure that the pictures and the videos, you don't have jam all over you. I know I love my jam and cream, but let's just make sure that we are sorted, we are ready. You'll give us a thumbs up once our dignitaries are ready to come in. But we are just, we are almost there. If you wanted to touch up your makeup, now is the time. If you wanted to fix your wig, you know how sometimes you get excited and the wig falls off, right? Get your wig set and your eyelashes. Ask your friend if they are not skewed so that they are in place. We do have cameras and video cameras via DVD. Yeah. Are we ready? All right, so they are almost here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's settle down so that we can pay attention to the poet as well as our dignitaries. Are you ready? Oh no, sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't say it clearly. Are we ready? Yes. Awesome.
You will start leading from here.
A nation raised, a nation built from the first strand of humankind, forged in the fires of the cradle of humankind. The first strand that left to explore the world and returned, diverse like the grains of sand. This is the birthplace of human cultures. Cultures of Banaba Malo Wasibilo. Cultures of humble people. Cultures of strength. Cultures of resilient warriors. Abantu basezulwini, amabutoga Zulu. Oh, cultures of Banabantari etu. When the skies unfold and the African sunrise renews our strength. Ukukholwa kwethu Tepo Yaruna. Impilo yetu Vumunu Jaina. Oh, the spirit of Ubuntu is rooted in our veins. It streams like the green, greasy grey Limpopo River. This is the place that we call home. Africa Zonga Ikaya Rahina. Iningizimu Africa Ikaya Letu. Africa Burwaki Nikhayela Runa. Oh, Africa Chipembendi Hayani Ahashu. South Africa, Seed Africa, Africa Zonga, Iningizimu Africa, Africa Bur. And this is our story. Mikulungwanina Makrala.
One day, I'll have a beautiful voice, and I will say, Ari, 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 Ari. Thank you, Siyabonga, to our poet. Before we continue, I'd like to greet Ngibingelele, Ngithi Sanbonani. Oh, we only have two Amazulu, Glungil. Sanbonan. Oh, sanibona. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Dumelang bapedi bangaso. Lochani. Molweni ke. Molweni ke. Absheng. Buongiorno. Bonjour. And in the 12th official language of South Africa, greetings. Sanibonani. Today is an exciting day. It's an amazing day. But before we get to the amazingness of the day, I'd like to respect protocol. And ngibingelele ngokukhulu kuyithoba the mother of the greatest university, the University of the Land, umama wethu uProfessor Buleng Lenkabula. I know a whole lot of people will say Lenkabule, they call her so many names, kodwa kuno ekugcineni. Lenkabula, we greet you, me, and I'd like to greet Ouma, Katrina, Esau from Puku, Sanbonani, Huemore, Professor Zodwa Moto, Oncha. Now I know. Oncha, we all know Angiti. It's Onkia, it's not Nche, it's Kia. Aha, Onkia. Now we know. Thank you very much. Our mother, Professor Zodwa Matikane Sanbonanima, and our mother, Professor Uzetu Nkosi, and Ubaba Ujon Kani, Molweni Tata. Nkosi kakhulu Tata. I almost did the Wakanda thing, Tata, but I won't. Nkosi kakhulu, Wakanda forever. Nkosi kakhulu Tata. His Excellency Ambassador Mirko Manzoni, Switzerland Embassy, Grezi. I think I said that right. And Umama Mrs. Aino Humphrey from the Namibian Embassy, Goeiemorgen, Mr. Ubaba Ukitsitole. And I apologize ukuthi nginibiza ngamagama Nkosi yami baba ngiyaxolisa ngabe nje ngivele ngithi ubaba uSithole, but manje senzela ukuthi bangadideki because there might be another Sithole in the room asukume naye athi I'm here. Thank you. So we need to make it clear, Baba Jobeka Machan. Greetings, Baba. Umama Eleanor Sisulu, molweni mama. And we greet Ms. Claudia Sneyman from Puku as well. And Ms. Liana Snyders from the San Council. Udokotela Ndiboniswani Lukwareni. I was shy Venda Zulu girl. Greetings, Dr. Lukwareni and Mr. Kepi Madumo from the National Library of South Africa. We had to establish protocol and greet everyone, and I was very tense, and as I was greeting them, just trying to make sure that I pronounced the names correctly. Now I can relax, kick off my shoes, because the program has started. I'm not by myself today. I have my co-pilot. He's standing right there at the back. We are both wearing black and white somewhat because we are remembering school days as we celebrate International Mother Language Day with the theme, Multilingual Education is a pillar of intergenerational learning. I teach English, so some words I have to be slower so that I don't trend. As people say, look at that English teacher who cannot pronounce what was it again? intergenerational learning. Have you ever seen a person struggling to pronounce phenomenology? We do not want to trend. So, for this International Mother Language Day, I am with my co-pilot there, Dr. Napiadi Letsualo. Like I said, black and white, going back to school, as we highlight the importance of multilingualism in education. Dr. Letsualo, would you like to just say a quick greeting so everyone knows that you are here? Sabotage. Eish, ask easy. Do you want to come to the front and stand with me, Dr. Letsualo?
Want to?
There we go.
Dumelang. Yeah, kisar kishapa grand entrance, one sabotage. Thank you very much. Welcome to the 2024 International Mother Language Day celebration. As Dr. Shandu Petla has said, my name is Dr. Letsualo, and we will be co-piloting this event for today. Don't be surprised as I'm here, so I'll be coming in snippets, coming to you live from the ground. And you know that as I'm here, no one is safe. No one is safe. I'll be walking around the tables, and we have very important people here today. All of you are important, but you know the reason why you are here. And some of you are looking for sponsors, partners, people that you are going to collaborate with. So as you're sitting down there, prepare your 30 seconds elevator speeches. When I give you a mic, you must give that pitch so that those who have big pockets here can look at you and look for you and then give you the funding that you need. I know that there are people here who have big pockets here. So welcome, and I hope that this event is going to be a very successful one and an interactive one. So we are going to interact. Back to you, Dr. Petra.
Thank you very much, DJ Doctor. We shall continue with the program. I see that in every household, before you can relax, before you can take off your jacket and relax, you need to be welcomed by the matriarch, by Umama walelo khaya. So before we continue and do all the things that are supposed to be done today, I'd like to humbly request that we get that welcome from Umama wekhaya, who will be represented by Omunyu Mama wekhaya, Gumnandi, this is Africa. We shall request Umama Professor Zodwa Motsa Matikan, who is the VP. Now wait for it, because it's a very long one, and I want to make sure that I do this right. Prof Motsa is the VP, and Ankopeli Prof, I just want to say it right. She's the VP TLSES, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support. Thank you very much, you did it. Mama, please come to the fore as we welcome you. Malibongwe, 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 Ikamala Makosigazi, Malibongwe, Bopa. Will you need? I'm multitasking.
It's fine. Thank you, Kandaba Kamalandela. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing everything that my line manager said I should do, including the step. We are the same. My name is Ntombi Zodwa, ukhanyisile uthembele lihle ugabsile. For the reason that they thought I was the last born. And they gave me all the names, Umamvulane lo, Umotha uKhathide uNonkombili. Udlebanko mumdlalo sosethuko sibo thuke unjokwe nolkhambule. I'm praising my father's grandfather, whose bones lie in South Africa. His grave is guarded by 2 kingdoms. I like him because they conquered the world. I like him because one of his the lines of praise, you can Google him, he's there in all the history books. Mhlaba Motsa, you can Google. I like him because one of his lines of praise say, umlomo lo wodwa, usukuma uphendule, abanemilomo emibini, bayavunana. That's my mantra. I know I have to answer for everything I do. And if someone supports me, I say praise God. But traditionally, umlomo lo wodwa usukuma uphendule, bangaba nemilomo emibili bayavunana. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is to welcome you on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, who sends her apology because of state commitments. She has had to multitask and represent us elsewhere. I first want to greet the head of the College of Human Sciences, Executive Dean of the College, Prof. Nkosi. Greetings to Ouma, Katrina, Esau, language activist, and the last remaining fluent speaker of the Ngu language. Me Elena Sisulu, my friend for life, Executive Director, Puku Children's Literature Foundation. We also recognize Ubaba. I don't know why they call him Ubaba. He seems to be my peer. Mabuto Kidsitole Jobe, founder of Indigenous Languages Initiative for Advancement. And when they say God smiles to your face and embrace you, they mean that today I've met my hero. Greetings to John Kani, a veteran, an actor, an author, and director, and playwright, because I'm in theater. Then I'm actually just all shivers. Greetings, Babkani. Greetings to also Mr. K.P. Madumo, CEO, National Library of South Africa. All heads of languages department from the various universities who are here today, the University of Limpopo, the University of Pretoria, TUT, I was trying to get the full name in my mind, but I know it, from TUT, from the University of the Witwatersrand, where I got my last degree. All participants, all people who can speak a language, we honor you as the University of South Africa. Those who are here and those who are on the virtual platform, we feel honored as the University of South Africa. Honored guests, these are the greetings forwarded to you, ladies and gentlemen, from the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. As you know, the Vice Chancellor uses many languages when she greets. I will try. Lo Chang, Tobela, Tameng, Dumelang, Abushen, Ndimacheroni, Molweni, Sanbonani, Huyamore. Then she writes in Sisuthu. I will try. This is a test for me, but you know what? Let me do it. Ki itumelela ho bulela le lona mosong ono. Oh, I did. It is my singular honor to welcome you all to the International Mother Language Day celebration at the University of South Africa. This day is a global observance held annually on the 21st of February to promote awareness of linguistic and cultural diversity. Am I fast? Am I fast? Two. Okay. I forgot there's a sign language interpreting going on. It is celebrated annually on the 21st of February to promote awareness of linguistic and cultural diversity and to foster the importance of multilingualism. In alignment with the UNESCO theme for the year 2024, which focuses on multilingual education, a pillar of learning and intergenerational learning, we aim to celebrate and uphold the rich tapestry of languages that contribute to our national heritage. Language is not merely a tool for communication. It is a vessel carrying the essence of culture, history, identity, knowledge. In embracing multilingual education, as UNISA, we recognize the diverse linguistic backgrounds of our people and acknowledge the importance of preserving and promoting all these languages for future generations. As we start on this journey, we must acknowledge the invaluable role of educators in nurturing multilingualism. They are the guardians of linguistic diversity, shaping the minds of our youth and instilling in them a profound appreciation for different languages and cultures. However, Ngugi wa Thiong'o reminds us that, and I quote, "If you know all the languages of the world and you don't know your mother tongue or the language of your culture, that is enslavement. But if you know your mother tongue or the language of your culture and add all the languages of the world to it, that is empowerment." UNISA, in collaboration with Puku Children's Literature Foundation and Indigenous Languages Initiative for Advancement, which we call ILIFA, in their commitment to the promotion of multilingualism and mother tongue-based education and research, seek to preserve and elevate the status of previously marginalized languages in the classroom, in the institution, and the society at large. Such collaborations also allow us to grapple with ways of preserving and documenting languages that are on the brink of extinction. More importantly, the collaborations demonstrate the importance of partnering for the purpose of advancing humanity and remembering institutions of higher learning to their original mandate, that of advancing knowledge for the betterment of humanity. Over the years, UNISA has demonstrated a keen interest in the study of languages, especially indigenous languages. Our interest builds on our long history of studying and paying attention to the endangered languages of our land. Today, we gather to commemorate International Mother Language Day. We stand on the precipice of a profound moment in linguistic history. Among us, we have the remarkable presence of Ouma, Katrina, Esau, a living testament to the richness and resilience of the Ngu language. At 91 years of age, she stands as the only remaining fluent speaker of this endangered language, a language teetering on the brink of extinction. The plight of Ngu mirrors that of numerous indigenous languages across South Africa, each facing the threat of fading into oblivion. Yet in this moment of reflection, we are called not to mourn the loss of many of our mother tongues, but to take decisive action to safeguard and revitalize these precious cultural treasures. After all, to whom shall we look if not to our own identities, our own cultures, and our own languages? These, ladies and gentlemen, are the ties that bind entire communities. As we contemplate actionable ideas to preserve Ngu, the Ngu language, and others like it, we must embrace UNESCO's theme of intergenerational learning. The passing down of linguistic knowledge from elders like Ouma, Katrina to younger generations is not merely a cultural tradition, but a vital lifeline for the survival of endangered languages. Therefore, let us commit ourselves to creating platforms and resources that facilitate this transfer of wisdom, ensuring that the flame of these languages in our country continues to burn brightly for generations to come. Moreover, our efforts must extend beyond preservation to the proactive growth of all African languages. And I repeat, language is not just a means of communication, it is the very essence of identity and belonging. When we nurture linguistic diversity, we enrich not only our cultural tapestry, but also foster greater understanding and unity within our communities. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let us harness this day as a catalyst for change, a rallying cry to save and celebrate every endangered indigenous language of South Africa. Let us pledge to uphold UNESCO's theme of multilingual education, a pillar of learning and intergenerational learning. Not only in our words, but in our actions, ensuring that the voices of our ancestors resonate through the corridors of time. In closing, I wish to say, let us all heed the call to embrace and empower linguistic heritage, for in doing so, we enrich the soul of our nation and pave the way to a brighter future, a more inclusive future for all. A hearty welcome to all of you, and may this day be one of those days where reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures into the next 50 years and beyond is celebrated. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Prof. Enkosi kakhulu, we are grateful. And now that you've been welcomed, may I request that you assist us with Isqigi? I was told earlier that I should not lift it, but I should ask for assistance. Siyabonga kakhulu ma, and now we know ukuthi we are all working together. We are all working together not just for preservation, but for empowering other languages. For that we are grateful. And I thank God every day that I was born in South Africa, where we have these beautiful languages making our lives colorful. And I experience that every day as a Zulu girl married to Bapedi. The language mistakes I make, and they laugh at me, and I know that I've done my job as a makoti, making my in-laws happy. It doesn't matter if they laugh at me or with me or about me. All that matters is they are happy. So for that, I'm grateful. We acknowledge again all the universities, the great universities represented here and other institutions of learning. And we acknowledge high schools, we acknowledge primary schools. I love primary school teachers. Dala ngo SSA, my teacher taught me, mama, ima, ima, mama, mema, mame, umama, umema, oh mame. I saw those who also did SSA. They were saying this with me. So I'm grateful to the teachers who laid the foundation. More than that, we are grateful to Ouma who gave us our languages as they were rocking us in their bosoms, as they sang to us, Tula tu, tula mtwana, tula sana. Tuluma muzobu eguseni. Everybody. Tula tu, tulama, tula sana. Tuluma muzobu egusen. How comforting is that? Can you just feel it? It speaks to your soul. It speaks to your heart. And it's comforting. It gives you that confidence that indeed things will work out. Quickly, before we start crying, because we miss those days, we continue with our program and we'd like to set the scene. Prof, you are coming back. Okay, Mama. So we allowed you to go back and sit just so that you will come back again. Let's give her a beautiful round of applause. As beautiful as she is, ladies and gentlemen. Allah, Allah. I was hoping, Gizwile Nkosi yami, as the professors were talking, tiwe no more acting. Ngoku andi-acti, ndibambe yami, oko. Over to you, Prof.
Yeah, we marry into these diverse spaces. She was captured by Abapedi, I was captured by the people. I'm a cause. Mabeti teta, I ran away because in my mother tongue, teta is to fight. Scream, fight, and beat. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is to set the context of this event. And as I set it, I feel, I saw a colleague there, Prof. I saw a colleague I haven't seen in many years. Mine is to express delight for the University of South Africa, for South Africa. Delight in the upliftment of multilingualism. And we cannot have multilingualism if in the absence of a mother tongue. A mother tongue informs us of who we are. A mother tongue which we acquire in the first 7 years before we go to Western education. Unali problem? Abandiv? Jean? Okolo. I was saying that as a university, we have adopted the stance of advancing multilingualism. a stance that says we focus on the South African languages that are in the Constitution. A stance that says we are not moving towards linguistic erasure. A stance that says, as we were running the relay of languages, some languages were left behind. We are brave to say we lift those languages. A stance that says it is not only the teachers of languages that have the duty to implement our one-year-old multilingual language policy, but it is the whole university. Anybody who can use a language has the duty to implement the language policy. I was quoting Julius Nyerere just now, although in paraphrase, that the first university that a child attends is the home, where the child is taught how to speak, where the child is taught how to relate to her or his siblings, to the siblings of the parents, and to the neighbors, where a child is taught the philosophies of Ubuntu, the philosophies of life, of joy, of death. The child is taught at home. By the time they go to the classroom, where they find a picture of a perfect family, those of you who grew up in my era remember that picture of someone very beautiful with a nice crown and only 3 children, or you remember. That was the kind of family that the child is then introduced to. All the knowledge of the first university continues to be a struggle as the child navigates Western education. Ladies and gentlemen, this day, what we call the IMLD, is observed every year, as we have said. And the main purpose of this is to promote public awareness of linguistic and cultural diversity, as well as multilingualism. The day was first announced by UNESCO on the 17th of November, 1999, to urge people to observe and preserve all the mother languages of the world. The theme, therefore, for 2024 by UNESCO, as you have heard in my opening remarks, is multilingual education, a pillar for learning and intergenerational learning. Therefore, the University of South Africa hosts this day to raise awareness about mother tongue-based multilingual education. The language unit and the department, which is within the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, as well as the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages, which is in the College of Human Sciences, have taken an initiative to host this day in collaboration with this particular college I've mentioned since 2022. But what is interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is that all the colleges, whenever they come, they join hands and we collaborate on celebrating this day. The people that have mentioned, the entities that have mentioned, saw it imperative to host the day as it is required by the Senate Language Committee, so that we establish good language management and practices in the institution. The hosts for today's celebration, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, are the Language Unit, the College of Human Sciences, in collaboration with Puku Children's Literature Foundation and ILIFA. It's a grand host, and we are very excited that it is not only hosted by internal structures, but also we have the support of the Republic of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could draw you to the publication of our language policy as it follows the legislative framework, but I'm sure you can get that. Suffice to say that we have a new language policy, we have a multilingual policy, and the policy is observing the Bill of Rights, and it accommodates everybody because UNISA is a home for all, and UNISA accommodates all. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to then indicate that the University of South Africa has therefore made progress in this area. Evidence is documented in college reports, as you may, if you want to find, but most specifically, our Senate Language Committee has the evidence of what I'm talking about. We are implementing it, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to explain that the journey of the preservation of knowledge that is carried in the philosophies of the mother tongue is intertwined with the journey of knowledge transformation in the university. And as such, this is very important to us, and I would like to actually thank you all for soldiering with us, for carrying this with us, so that at the end of the day, we are able to document the treasures that we have. I was talking to, I don't know how to name him now. I once heard they call him Dr. Kani, but I was taking to the legend just now and saying to him, in my field, we archive icons. In my field of English literature, we value icons who are marked against periods of history. We go into everything that they do and we archive them to enable generations that follow to know, what did John Milton think? What did Shakespeare think many, many centuries after John Milton? Donne, Dickens, you name them. We don't just do it sporadically, but we do what's his name, Masilela has done, periodization, so that you understand the historical and political context of the heroes. Professor Nkosi and all the other leaders of knowledge, may I request that we go into archiving these legends. It is nice to celebrate, but at the end of the day, when we talk about a transformed curriculum, when we talk about a curriculum that resonates with the students, wherever they come from, but are studying in Africa, in the University of South Africa, they must know what did Mbongeni Ngema, what was his philosophy. They shouldn't just be stuck at Tambolamle, Kentucky. They must know, what did Mkai stand for? They must know the whole history. If you don't know where to start, I'm fine, you can come to me, we will start. They must know, I first met John Kani when I was, I think, a first-year student, and he was presenting, there were just two of them, Sizwe Banzi is dead. And I also first met Mbongeni Ngema in Asinamali. There were just four of them presenting Asinamali. I was an undergraduate student. What informed the spirit that they were presenting? What informed the ideas? So you study the history, you study the economics, you study the politics as a literature student. You study across the plane, but you study the icon, so that at the end of the day, we shall have the icons, the legends of liberation in literature and theater. And Prof. Nkosi, this is your job. Get researchers, get the young researchers. Let's do it. We don't want to just have tea and sing. The songs they sing are linked to the economy, they are linked to the politics, they are linked to the history. We are honored and collaborate with sister institutions. Siyabonga kakhulu, namkelekile. This is the context. Let us celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Let us have languages, multiple languages in our studies, in our learning material, so that we preserve, so that 30 years from now we don't cry that apartheid did us a road deal. We are doing ourselves a road deal if we don't proceed. Thank you.
Nkosi kakhulu mama, siyabonga kakhulu. Professor Motsa Matikane, the Vice Principal of TLSES, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support. May I request assistance with Isqigi to be removed. It was a wonderful, it was a beautiful, it was a sweltering evening in KZN, Durban, Umlazi to be specific. It was a great event. The stadium back then was filled with tens of thousands of religious people who had come to listen to a speaker, an international speaker, for that day, and he preached mightily. At one point he said, "You are called," and the interpreter shouted, and matching the fervor and vigor, "Niyabanda!" He repeated, "You are called," and the interpreter shouted even louder, "Niyabanda!" until someone went up and whispered something to the interpreter, who then said in a lower voice, "Niyabizwa." With those words, I'd like to appreciate our interpreters who are doing an amazing job. And with those words, I'd like to invite you all. You are called. Niyabizwa. By language is colorful. We're all invited, ladies and gentlemen, to be witnesses and to be part of this moment. It's a momentous moment. Tautology, I know, but it is a momentous moment. It's an august event happening in February. It's a wonderful event where we will be signing officially. It's an MOU official signing and announcement. I am excited that I will be witnessing this event, and I invite all of you that you log on to your Twitter account, sorry, your X account, not X as in former, but your X account, and your Instagram account, even your Finstagram account, and your Facebook, the Book of the Face. Just log in and make this event to trend. And hashtag UNISA, and take pictures if you can, pictures of yourself. That is why they are called selfies. Take pictures of yourself and hashtag I am witnessing a great moment where UNISA and Puku and Ilifa are signing a tripartite collaboration. So I'd like to invite my school director, Professor Siasanga Kyali, and I'd like to invite Messi Suluma Ngokulu Kuitoba, and I'd also like to invite Baba, can I say K Sitole? I'll feel more comfortable with that. Baba Jobe Gamachan. Yebo Baba. May I invite these splendid guests to come to the fore because they will be leading us in this great and momentous occasion. My professor.
Sanbonan. Good morning, Molweni. Just this morning, myself and Mai, we were caucusing in terms of the order of speaking, because if you have a great orator in the group, you surely don't want to be the last person to speak. And because we have Undate Ustole with us, we thought that we should go first. Ladies and gentlemen, and greetings to the VC in her absence, Professor Lengabula. Greeting to the VP, Professor Mozamatikane, and Dr. John Kani, and all the esteemed guests. Protocol is observed. And I think that, as the MC indicated, I'm from the UNISA School of Arts. And the UNISA School of Arts basically teaches 11 of the 12 South African languages. And we are the only school, college, and department that does this in South Africa. So the work that we do is quite big. We also continue to play a role in quite a number of language initiatives within the university, as well as within the country. We're gonna have one of our colleagues coming in and demonstrating that with his keynote address. So from my side, it is simply just to notify the fact that in this tripartite alliance, I'm representing the University of the Land, UNISA, which is the only university that is currently and only university that is able to teach 11 of the 12 South African languages. And we are working on the additional one. Then I will invite Mai, and then we'll hand over then to Ubrakit.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning to all. It's so wonderful to see old friends here, and I just want to find out if the Puku chairperson is here, Fazila Munsi. Yes, please, can you come up, please? You know, I feel guilty because I'm always speaking as the face of Puku, and yet we have a fabulous team who I must thank for the work they did. They've done a wonderful work, but Fazila is our chairperson, and she's a chairperson of a board who doesn't get paid. Instead, she pays us and donates money when we have difficult times. So I really feel it's important that we should have her with us because, you know, we actually had the first Puku meetings in her house. We're not a board that goes to hotels. And so our board members, and she's representing them, really dig deep into their pockets and in-kind support for their resources. I should just mention also, she's very concerned that this is 200 years of Sesotho as a written language. And so I must be on the right side. As a person from Lesotho, I must acknowledge that. Thank you. So there's many anniversaries. As you know, Ouma Katrina turned 91 on the 4th of February, and we've continued her 91st birthday celebration, but with a kind of sober side to say we've been blessed by God to have her, by the Almighty to have her for these years, and we really need to make sure that we help her realize her dream of the struggle to save her language. This is also 150 years existence of UNISA, and that's also a big celebration this year. And I can't emphasize in the language ecosystem how important UNISA is as an institution, as the largest distance education institution in the Southern Hemisphere and one of the largest in the world. This is an important institution, and it's one which we hold in trust for future generations. And we really need to support and ensure that the institution works in the best way possible because it belongs to all of us. We at Puku consider ourselves to be part of the UNISA family through this MOU, which UNISA, ILIFA, and Puku signed some time ago. We spoke about a ceremonial signing, but really we've decided this MOU has been in existence for so long. It's been signed. We're already almost at the end of the first term of the MOU. And we have done the work. I mean, today is evidence of the work, the results of the work we have been doing. And so it's not, the MOU is not a new thing, but I think this is the first time we are publicly announcing it. And as a public announcement, it is a collaboration because clearly our languages will not survive or will not flourish in the way they should without a high level of collaboration among those in the ecosystem. So I was just asking Prof. Nkosi and Motsa, collaboration ngesizulu siyahlanganisa or siyaxhumanisa. It's important that we collaborate, and I wish we could say, I could say it in all the languages, because without collaboration, we struggle. We've got people who have supported us, who have collaborated, and I just need to mention them. The CEO of the National Library, the CEO of the National Heritage Council, with which we've worked on projects and hope we continue. National Heritage Council that has supported us with the work we've done with Ouma Katrina. By the way, Ouma Katrina is not part of Puku. She has her new legacy project, and Claudia, her granddaughter, is supporting her in working on that project. Also, I recognize Liana Snyders of the SAN Council, who is also part of her support system. I don't know if we have the representative from the Swiss Embassy here. I just need to acknowledge the Swiss Embassy and the work they've done, also the support they've given to us, which made possible the book, The Tortoise and Ostrich, which you'll see out there. And then the SABC will be more fully acknowledged by Gregory Molale, the filmmaker, that has played a role in making the film possible, and we're really grateful that they are here. And of course, we know when it comes to our languages, the SABC is a major and important part of the ecosystem. I'm very happy to see Penyo Modise. If you can stand up with Penyo from the Northern Cape Government, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, who made it possible for Ouma and Claudia. He supported them to come. And you know, Penyo is the one who, he really suffers because we call him and he makes sure that he is always approachable, always available, and we're really grateful. And as we go further with trying to put that support system around Ouma and the new language, he has been a very important part of that ecosystem. I also want to acknowledge our brother there, Mr. Carlton Mukwevo from UNESCO, the Secretary General of the South African National Commission of UNESCO, who is here, there's a big UNESCO conference, which we didn't hear too much about, of teachers from all over the world gathering here in a few days' time. So you can imagine that for him to take time out of this office and be here is really been an effort for him. So thank you for that. And I really want to thank all the people in who have organized this, the support team from Puku, ILIFA, and especially UNISA, who've really worked till early hours of the morning. And I would suggest that next Mother Language Day, we start planning very early. I just want to read very quickly from the MOU, just to give an idea of the scope of things that we, what the MOU covers. The purpose, and from Puku, we enter this as people who are concerned with children's literature, children's reading, children's books, making sure that children have access to books. So the MOU aims to implement projects to increase the quantity and improve the quality of literature in all South African languages, especially children's literature, including endangered languages and Braille, and we should mention sign languages, and thank you to our sign language interpreters. Leverage on common interests and consolidate work that has already been done by the 3 organizations. Promote the intellectualization of African languages, especially with reference to early childhood education and reading. Advance and promote South Africa's indigenous languages, both nationally and regionally. And hopefully we have a representative from the University of Namibia, who we hope to be working with, because our languages are regional and South Africa shares languages with all its neighbors. And so we do need to have a regional approach to this. So the scope: promote reading and writing in indigenous languages, especially for children and teenagers. Advocate for children's literature as a serious area of academic inquiry. Host joint campaigns to promote and celebrate the use of indigenous languages, of which today is an example. Advocate for an African curriculum. So for us, this is also a decolonization project. It's a decolonization project. It is a project also to promote indigenous knowledge systems and to promote the knowledge of our organic intellectuals. And also to leverage UNISA's footprint nationally and regionally. So that's, as part of that, we're working on catalogs in indigenous languages for all languages. We've done the Xhosa, Setswana, we're moving on to Sesotho, and it's just lack of funding which makes it difficult for us to work on all our languages at the same time, which is what we should be doing. It's very tricky to start one language, move on to the next, and then others are asking, but what about us? And I should just say that we really will, as part of this alliance, also energize our fundraising efforts to make sure we get the resources to support all our languages. We lack a corporate partner, and I mentioned this year, and hopefully we will have a corporate partner coming forward. People fund sports, they fund all sorts of things, but we don't have a sponsor for our languages when we think of it. You know, and I don't want to go on a rant, but I think the work we do, we are racing for our languages. I acknowledge Prof. Mwepe, who did the comrades, devoted his 10th comrade to racing for our languages, and part of the funding we used today came from what he raised. Doing that, I don't know how even walking 10 kilometers is an effort for me, but so we thank him for his efforts. And Prakida and I have made a resolution that we're also going to walk for our languages. So we'll be doing 10 kilometers soon. But we are racing for our languages, and I'm sure UNESCO will tell us about how urgent this is. We need urgent action to save our languages, but not only to save our languages. This intersects with our children's reading. It intersects with preservation of indigenous knowledge systems over and above our languages. So thank you very much for all of you who are here, and so I'm hoping that next year we'll be able to really report on substantive achievements that have come out as a result of this MOU. Thank you.
Like Sis Elena, people who do the right things, you learn and you copy. She has asked the chair to come through. I'm going to ask the leaders of ILIFA to come through. Prof. Madisa is here, the Secretary of National Secretary of ILIFA, and Sister Tulingo Monde, the National Treasurer. Can I also ask them to join me here? Yeah, please, let's give them a good round of applause as they come. Uchawe Molen Mawethu. Dumelang? The very artistic language, Sevenda. Yenda. We are here and grateful. Let's start with Prof. Puleng Linkabula in her absence. Please do convey our message of appreciation. Her colleagues that are here, Prof. Mutsa Matigane, Prof. ZZ Nkosi, and the entire team. We are here to extend a word of appreciation. It's very rare for a global institution of this nature and caliber of UNISA to be keen to work with an NGO from the back streets of the township. Incapacitated as we are, but we have programs that want to tackle a very difficult subject, where a subject from 1994, where the numerical majority has been turned into a cultural minority. We might be many in numbers, but go to a television, you will not hear Dumela, you will not hear Abshen, you will not hear Tobela, you will not hear Sanbonani, you will hear Nda, you will not hear Absheni, and therefore, what majority are we in numbers if in the airwaves we are nowhere? That's just one example. And so the Tripartite Alliance came together to respond to this dream deferred. And the dream deferred since 1994 has been 2 L's. The first L, land, and fortunately Advocate Matole Motsecha and his many meetings and committees are dealing with that. But the language, unfortunately, it is still a dream deferred. We are having a situation where we, as the majority speakers, are unfortunately accused number one. Our programs of advocacy, we do advocacy that people must use their languages in all corners of the sphere, in all corners of sectors. And when we've done that, Puku, because they then come back and say, but you guys are saying we must use and read in indigenous languages, but these books and this material is not available. And when we have done the advocacy, and that's how the tripartite works, then people will be going to your CNAs, your exclusive books, and other places, and when they say there are no books, we then go to Puku. And Puku provides, the catalogs provides the books in those African languages. And when all that has happened, we still need to make sure that our indigenous languages are developed. And I loved what Professor Mutsa Matigane said here, that we would need a transformed curriculum, and a transformed curriculum for cultural activists like Bujon, Kani, and I, and many others. A transformed curricula means in in Professor Chawe's class of the arts, a submission of his dugo, his tagazel, Chirenzo and Liboko must be part and parcel of the curriculum. Why sifanele sishaya iziduko emakhoneni? Uthi ngubani? Only if you're off in any official duty. When you're on an official duty, you can't. We want to see our indigenous languages in offices, in board meetings, so that if that board meeting is chaired by Nechifefe, he must then in Chivenda tell people as they depart in that meeting, Bachimbere Swabuti, that will then constitute for us the levels at which we want this language. We're talking on Friday, we're having a meeting with labor leaders, and we're wanting to say to the labor leaders, especially unions, we're starting with a meeting with COSATU leadership on Friday, and when we're saying it is time that even in interviews, people must be asked, what is your name? And when he says, Nkateko Chauke or Maluleke, that interview, he or she must be asked whether it's English or Sitonga. And we're imploring you as an individual. One of the biggest mistakes, and Sis Elena here always reminds us about that. One of the biggest mistakes about this whole language issue and its deficiency is that others must do it. Boprof Madonsela in their languages, Boprof Chao and Boprof Mwepe. No, you as an individual, you can do it. If they write to you in those companies that your policy has got your problem here or 2 or 3, and when Sanlam writes to you, when Old Mutual writes to you, you simply say to them, you have created a job. So we must stop going to churches on Sunday and pray that the Lord must organize jobs when we're sitting on jobs. I plead with all of us. It has gone worse, my leaders and members of this meeting. It has gone worse. All those who have participated in the struggle to liberate our country will tell you, among the chief enemies of the majority of the citizens of the country then was the whole issue of colonization. Now we're talking to SGBs, and SGBs are telling us, unfortunately, it is us, the parents, and especially the educated parents, who are saying, not my child. Airport. My child will not be taught in Setswana, Sepedi, Sevenda, Setsonga, my airport, which is a lie. We've got 2 members of ILIFA who are active lecturers and teachers. One is teaching in China, isiZulu. The other is teaching in the US, isiZulu. So which language? Ephelelala. So we urge all of you, be serious about your language. It's worse in the families. All of a sudden, a grandmother and a grandfather cannot speak to Nkululeko. The Refilwe. And Refilwe must be saying, hi, you guys, ukogwaki. And we laugh as we're doing now. It's not a joke, it's a yoke. It needs us to attend to it. We cannot. And my grandchildren would always ask me, why, Mkulu, why are you so passionate about this whole thing? Because I would buy 2 newspapers, Sunday Times and Isolezwe. And when they've got to read Sunday Times, the face is bright. But when they've got to read Isolezwe, all of a sudden, that brightness, that excitement, they frown, it goes away. And I then say to myself, in those model schools or wherever we take our children to, they are not innocent. And therefore we cannot have, I insist, colonization again. Then what was the struggle for? And we donating our children voluntarily back to colonization. Hi, that composer puts it beautifully for me. As I go towards conclusion, that composer puts it beautifully for me. Those who love choral music will tell you about the composer. I think it's Miataza. He said, Vugani mawetu. And he goes on to say, Ichala likuti vuga hani. I want to urge us to do an introspection into ourselves. But at the end, this is favorite subject, Sis Elena, and I agree with her. Look at the jobs that could be created if we're all serious about our usage of our indigenous languages. Imagine if Mutswading would close. Imagine if Umhlaba Wenene would close. Imagine if Ukozi would close. Imagine if Mwanamunene would close. Imagine if Kwala Kwala would close. How many people were going to lose jobs? So your speaking and being serious about your language provides a plate for 3, 4, 5 families. And let's look at this standard. Unfortunately, samba spell. There are some of the beautiful African idioms. Otumtwana nakakanga. Otuwe hamba mfano ham. Ababuyisi baphambili. You can't say mfanam, the returners are up front. It can't, it just works. Haba mataka Northern Cape, akhalima ngwanaka Setswana, are ngwanaki. Lefoko halebo. You can't be saying the finger is traveling. It doesn't work. When I and Madisa have married into the Komanes, our wives are Miss Komanes. Mina no Madisa sabafumbes. Ageko mfumbes ngesilungu. Ageko kanina ngesilungu. Ageko uzawuzibonela ke uba umbisa bani. Masifika kwaNongoma sithi lapha kwaZulu in our kingdom sithi thina bayete chairperson sithi wena wendlovu. We can't turn around and say you have the elephant. It loses the essence. And so I urge all of you, go back home and start by a lecture for your child. Ukuthi ubani. Njengoba ngizoyeka nje nginitshela mina ukuthi ngubani. So we urge you. I've called the poor Madisa. He helps us here and now and then. He's still on duty. And Sister Elena is saying something very, allow us to work in this language, mother tongue ecosystem and get paid for it. We have our meetings and typings and things in Tuling Commander's home. We owe allegiance to a home because it has become our office. And the day it's load shedding, it means, Chawe, you cannot receive a document that you have asked from us. So we need a lot of incapacitation because we've got 3 big programs we're dealing with. The first one, Sibiza, Ngoguti, Likochwa, Lisemans. We're taking this program of language, indigenous languages usage, to the kindergarten, to where it matters most, so that Jobaga Sholau chairperson, we've got here Prof. Sitole and Dr. Mate and many others who are prepared to write, who know the syllabus for lessons to Bosishola. We're going to turn those things around. I'm dog, Abutiwe, Amavele, and we put it. Some of us put it, the artistic part in it, and we're going there, and we call that an early child development program under ELIFA. And And if you are not sure, corporate social investment departments, if you are not sure where to knock, we are available. The two last ones that we're doing, we're busy with schools and mother tongue debates at schools. Mfoka Mukwebe will invite him on the 29th, next Thursday. The last one we had was 1st October in Setswana. We're opening up. The first one is on Thursday, mother tongue debates, grade 12, Protea Glen High School versus Vuwani High School in Sevanda. On Thursday at 2 o'clock, it is happening. I'm not talking about things that are still to happen. It is happening this coming Thursday at 2 o'clock in Sevanda. And we are again urging corporate partners come through, because what we have said is that we also want the kids to get some incentives. And those incentives, we specify that it must be books, African books. They must learn to appreciate their own African writing and nothing else. And of course, we have called for the last item is that on the 23rd of May, please put the date aside, because we are still going to be briefing our partners for them to put the date aside. 23rd of May. May is Africa Month. And that day, we have a theme, and we're hoping Soweto Theatre will give us the venue. We are taking the whole half day, 9 to 2. And the question is simple, introspection. Why do people hate themselves this much, including hating usage of their indigenous languages? And the theme that day is Rebomang, Singoba. Who are we? Come through, come through. Those of us who have got surplus in the different passes, company passes, individual passes, who are available. Sithi siyabonga. This trip started with Dr. Madoda Figeni when he was still working in the office of Professor Makanya. And his wish was that if we could combine forces to fight this language deficiency. And he started with this journey, and that's why I'm thankful to Prof. Linkabula. When she came on board, she also held on to the predecessor, Professor Makanya. We're grateful to Prof. Makanya in absentia. We're also grateful to Mqesibe Umfoka Figeni in absentia. Usebonga ke kwaJobe, uJazimnyama zamankankazane, uNcikazi kaGabela umthembo sekhubazi, umnyanda, umthwalo wensimbi ekhanda, khona amagwala ayobaleka, bathu bani naloya, bathu Bhato, Osiyaka, oJojo Siyaka, omhlekuseni, aqhakaze emini, abhavumule ngasekuseni, bathi na, siya, isixa semkhonto, ubahlabe nangasemahlweni, wena wakamajani, wena wakaJobe, wena kaNcikazi kaGabela, ayixabene.
We thank you very, very much. May I ask that before you take your seats, may I ask Mama Sisulu, Ma siyacela, ubaba uSithole, baba uJobe, umkhonto ubahlabe nasebusweni. Mr. Mukwebo, Ms. Munsi, and Baba Tatu John Kani, and Ouma Katrina. May I ask that we just come to the fore, kancane nje sizomalana sonke. And as they come to the fore, may I ask my friends with leyo mpahla. In Zulu we say leyo mpahla. Tencane. kuthiwe awusengizoze ngisho manje ngikhipha indaba ukuthi yini leyo mpahla. Sizani bo kuthiwe kunama bags athile leyo mpahla. And while they come to the fore and we sort ourselves out for the pictures, there's a request, Barayeshu, there's a request that we avoid walking past the cameras, particularly that camera at the back, because we have people who have logged in online and they are dependent on our sign language interpreters. So when we pass by the cameras, they miss out. Imagine if you were listening to a speech and as you were listening, you hear, and now we're going to, and afterwards we will hurry and you've missed out a chunk of what is being said. So let us be considerate. If you have to pass by that side, you'd rather slouch, maybe try to move behind them or use the other entrance and exit. Thank you very, very much. Please could you just come over and you can go ahead and hand out the gifts. Leyo mpahla. We thank you. We appreciate you. In Zulu we say umkhonzo. Ukhonze ekhaya, umngena endlini. Hawu kuyashoda? Ileyo mpahla. Nazo-ke. Ngabe nibabili inkosi yami khona sopha abantu abadala ngezandla zombili. Siyabonga. Did we take pictures? And our Instagram pages are on fire. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you. Siyabonga kakhulu. You can take your seat. I learned a new word today. It's eyo in ngu when we say thank you. Eyo. Thank you very much. Eyo. There we go. Thank you very much. Eyo. All right. Just a quick announcement before we continue. It was mentioned earlier that we are celebrating 200 years of the Sesotho language being a written language. 200 years. And when you look at the back, right there, if you can just turn around and look at the back, we have monitors that are showing, right? We have monitors that are showing written records of Sesotho language. 200 years, ladies and gentlemen, that is an achievement. Basotho baesho. Alala. Right? Now that we have witnessed the official signing of the MOU for the tripartite collaboration, you can hear the celebration. God, and for those of you who do not understand isiZulu, part of ibongo nethakazelo lezebe isho baba. Should I say this? It sounds a bit violent. So to the security guards, I am not inciting violence of any kind. Just now I'm arrested. Yeah. There's a story about a spear that stabs and stabs and stabs and it stabs even the eyes. Hey. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful. Thank you very much. Now we'll have a message of support from Mr. Carlton Mukwebo, who is the Secretary General in the South African Commission for UNESCO. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Those who spoke before me have already acknowledged everyone. I am going to follow what Sis Eleanor has started. I'm not alone from the South African National Commission for UNESCO. We are honored, even though we do not have... Thank you so much. Even though the president of the South African National Commission for UNESCO is not here with us, Mama Angie Mutsecha, one of the 24 commissioners, is here with us, and some of the officials from the Secretariat are here with us. We are going to follow what Sis Eleanor has started. Professor Nepfumbada, may you please quickly join me? There are some seats here. Ntate Rampedi, Sesi, Miss Mbombi, and Ntate Rampedi, may you please quickly join Ms. Ramatuba, Ms. Ndlovu, quickly please, without any waste of time. Thank you very, very much. There are people that should be celebrated. Amongst us, as it has already been said, we've got our legends. What the kid, Papa John Kani, I remember very, very well, in the 70s, late 70s, as a young man, when we were watching the wild geese, and one of our own was among Roger Moore. You can name them. And these are the people who are still amongst us. Mama Katrina is here with us. Says Eleanor Sisulu, in my view, she is the enabler. With due respect, if you know her and you have worked with her, we must appreciate this lady. We should, as she said, an event like this one is happening in the Eastern Cape, in East London. Mama Mutsecha will start in Parliament, and this afternoon she'll fly to East London, where she will officiate this celebration that we are doing. The Premier will be there, MECs will be there, Minister of Arts and Culture, Sports, Arts and Culture will be there, and the National Commission was in the program there. But we felt that charity begins at home. When she speaks to you, myself, you have got to listen. Let's give her a round of applause. That's Sesi Eleanor Sisulu. That's Sesi Eleanor Sisulu to me. We are here as the South African National Commission for UNESCO, mainly for two reasons. Of course, we bring greetings from the President of the Commission, the Honorable Minister, Minister Angie Mutsecha, Matsie. We are here for two simple reasons. One, to support this event. I'll explain why we should support. And secondly, to give visibility. I always feel that my voice is very much strong. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm always good speaking. I've been a teacher by profession, and I can speak. I hear that the mic is resetting. To support this event. Okay. They say it's virtual. They should hear. Thank you. Technology. The other reason, it also gives us, while we are here to support Puku, the kid, UNISA, and they are benefiting, we also benefit because it gives us an opportunity for the visibility of the National Commission. Why? the event, Prof. Motsa has put it so well, that this is a UNESCO declared International Day. As she indicated in 1999, we can go ahead. Bangladesh had some riots like we did in Soweto, and then they were a member of UNESCO, and then they came up with this proposal. And then it was accepted. Today we are celebrating it. Now, as a UNESCO International Day, we are here to let you know that indeed this thing is official. You have the right as a country to celebrate it. I'll explain why. There are 194 UNESCO member states as we are speaking. We used to be 195. Then, a few years ago, we were there at the General Conference. UNESCO holds a General Conference every 2 years. All member states come together. We just came back, myself, Momtsecha, and Dr. Bladen Zimande, and others. These member states come together. We used to be 195. And then a few years ago, we admitted Palestine as a member. Lo and behold, Israel was very much angry, and they walked out of UNESCO. Guess what? The US followed. So we were 193 for some time until last year in June, when the United States came back again. Now, here is the issue. We, as South Africa, we are one of the 194. It will mean that when there are UNESCO competency activities globally, we've got the right to celebrate them. Why? Also, because we are a member in good standing. It's not cheap. It comes with a payment. South Africa as a country pays an annual assessed contribution to UNESCO, just like other 193 member states. Those monies are processed by my office every year. It's not it's a lot of money because it's your money. This year South Africa pays the largest on the African continent. Forget about Egypt, forget about Nigeria. It's processed by me. When the list comes every year, all the countries are listed. In Africa, we pay the largest. This year, it's your money, you need to know. This year, we paid 15 million. Why? So that you can partake in this. Yes? So, you have got the right to celebrate UNESCO International Mother Language Day because one, you are a member, and two, in good standing. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. That's UNESCO. I had the program director, she's wonderful. I liked something that she said. She said she will say thank God. Now, what I like about UNESCO is that it promotes diversity. Someone might be a Christian, a Muslim, an African, traditional, whatsoever. UNESCO brings us together. When she thanked God, unfortunately, I thank my ancestors. Why? Because they are the ones, they are in their graves right now, but they gave me a language, Tshivenda. And when I speak with them, I speak them in Tshivenda, not in English. And I speak with them with my eyes open. I don't have to close my eyes to speak to them. These are my ancestors. They gave me my language. They gave me my genes. And it's up to me now to transfer that to the others. The same language that we are speaking about. My children must speak Tshivenda. It's so shameful that what my ancestors has given me, I cannot transfer to my children. What's wrong with us? UNESCO wants us to celebrate Mother Language Day, not English Language Day. We are so grateful. Let's do the second part of visibility of the National Commission. The National Commission for UNESCO, the South African National Commission for UNESCO, it's yours. It should be here to support you, and you should know about it. By the way, South Africa was one of the 37 countries that established UNESCO in 1945. Yes? We were there in London when it was established. We will remember that we were represented by the then Minister of Education, Hofi of Mayor, Jan. Unfortunately, when the National Party took over, fast forward to 1956, they moved out of UNESCO, as Israel has done. Yes, South Africa once moved out. The reason, they were worried that they were complaining that UNESCO documentation doesn't speaks. They said it's against their policies because it didn't respect apartheid. And we are very much grateful of one man, Tata Nelson Mandela, because when he was on Robben Island, one of the organizations that he kept in touch with was UNESCO. One of the documentation that throughout when he was on the island, he was receiving legally was what we call the Courier, a magazine of UNESCO. Even today it's still there. That's why when he was released, he didn't take long. One of the first places that he visited outside the country was UNESCO. He went there and addressed the executive board. There he made an undertaking to say, when the country will be democratic, he will ensure that it returns to UNESCO. And exactly, 1994, democracy, it was him himself who took it back to UNESCO. And UNESCO said, Tata Mandela, yes, you have taken it back to, you've come back. We want you to establish, you become a member of UNESCO. You are expected to establish a National Commission for UNESCO in your country. We are the National Commission for UNESCO, and we are here to support you.
Dodibuwa, Bomukwebo, please could you approach the stage? I believe kunentengane. Bota karangamanda. Siyabonga. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, we are running behind. Yeah, I almost said a little bit, but that would not be the truth. So allow me to, to change the program here and there. So if you see a few changes, don't worry, we are still okay. May I then request Mr. Matthews Mukwena to give us a bit of poetry. And as he comes to the fore, he's here. Let's just enjoy, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Alternatively, I will use this one. Okay. All right. Dumelang. Lo chadi sanibonani. Hayi ke isikhathi sesikhambile. Mina umsebenzi wami nje mncane khulu. Ukunibetha nje ngengomanyana nje kancazana. Just nibethe nje ngekondlo. All right. Thank you. Halala, South Africa, halala. Forward with the University of South Africa, forward. Forward with the University of South Africa, forward. Forward with the College of Human Sciences, forward. Forward with the Department of African Languages, forward. Forward with the language unit, forward. Allah, the multilingualism, forward. Na kumhlabu ya zamazama, vulani no kindlebe nginichele, yozani no kenizokubona ubuhle bekhethu, na zindlela eziza ne-language unity, yona sitshela nge-language policy, yona sitshela nge-transformation, yona ethuthukisa amalimi nengi ngikhuluma nge-multilingualism. Forward with our curriculum of teaching and learning, forward. Kumsebenzi ethu njengama-academic to facilitate our language policy. Ngombana amumethe imilando yabokhokho bethu. Ngombana amumethe imilando yelimi lethu. Let us all celebrate multilingualism. Let us all rejoice our transformation in education. Wozani noke ma stakeholders wethu in order to fast track the implementation of our languages. Are you still alive? Yes. We are ready to collaborate with you guys, Puku and Lifa. We are ready to collaborate with other stakeholders. Let us produce our article in our mother tongue languages. Let us show all the world the reach of our heritage. Let us show all the reach of our heritage. Phambili ngamalimi wesintu, phambili. Phambili ngobuntu bethu, phambili. Aha, aribasiboniseni zonke izizwe about the reach of our heritage. Ariboniseni lefatshe ka bophara ka ga go no fa dipuo tsa rona tsa legae. Ha ikombeng misava hinkwayo rifumo ra dzimi ta hina ta xintu. Karisumbedze lifasi lote nga mafumo anyambo zashu dzapo. Masibonise ilizwe lonke ngobutshebi belwimi zethu zesintu. Aribonseng lifasi kamuka ka ga bohumi bya malimi a rena a setlogo. Haribonse lifasi lote liruo la dipuo tsa matswalla. Oh, my language is my soul. Imimoya yethu se Africa. Imimoya yethu se ithethe ngokhokho bethu. Imimoya yethu ngesimunyebeleni. Kungakho sigidinga the International Mother Day. Sonke sivumelana ngento yinye ethi my language, my heritage, my culture, one nation. Riyalebuha, siyabonga, enkosi, riyalivuwa, siyathokoza, na cancer, bayadanki, thank you, Allah, thank you.
Chovito. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Manje imbongi yethu la, you didn't tell us ukuthi asiyeke manje because so sizoke sithi forward. Look, multilingualism forward. Ubulimi ningi forward. Yeah. Even when we go for lunch, lunch is served forward. Siyabonga, may I request Professor MD Mahan, the Executive Director the Department of Tuition, Support, and Facilitation of Learning to come to the fore. And as she comes to the fore, may I request Professor Stanley Madonsela to come to the fore, getting ready to take the podium after Uprof. A round of applause. Forward!
Forward. Program Director Dr. Tuli Shandupetla Ngwechiaba Pedi. The Chancellor of the University, Dr. Thabo Mbeki in absentia. The Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Puleng Lenkabula in absentia. Professor Mota Madikani, my line manager, the Vice Principal Teaching and Learning, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Ouma Katrina, More, ons baie bly om u te sien en ons waardeer die God wat u tot die jaar van 91 hier gebring. Tot sover ons bedank die Here. All the legends who are here, I will make a mistake if I start to mention you by names, but I want to say, as we were watching television screens over a number of years, we were able to see Buntate Sitole, Buntate Kani, Baile Bayema. They stood, and these are loyal men. Me Sisulu, we just want to say, by having this vision of the Puku Foundation, we really want to say, we salute you, Mama. And the CEO of the National Library, the poets who are here, all the universities gathered here, UNESCO is also here, the community reps, the schools that are here, all the unisons. A warm good morning, Dumelang, Di Macherone, Abosheni, Huye More, Sanbona, ni Molo, all of you. Tobel. Today I'm dressed in the Lobedu clan because many people think Mahanu is a Tswana. Yes, my husband is a Tswana, but I am Molobedu. My parents originate in the northern parts of Limpopo. Geabankia bolla, egeriawo swa, ge noa mezi, ge mungakiri wabamulo bedu wa ma. This is the language that is normally not known by people. Some people in the morning when they saw my attire, they said, "Are you Tonga?" I said, "No, Molobedu, from the Mojaji, the Rain Queen." So therefore, when you see somebody dressed like I am today, you must know that this person is a Molobedu and they originate from royalty. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, this is an important day. Let me borrow the words of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who is saying, whenever he sees language and diverse languages, he sees them as a garden full of flowers with different colors. In his book, Decolonizing the Mind. Therefore, language has a dual character. It is both a communication tool and it is a carrier of culture. If our culture is destroyed, it means we started by destroying our own languages and disowning them. I want to highlight how South African languages, deeply rooted in our communities, cultures, and identities, can serve as a powerful medium of instruction, as my topic is saying, language as a tool of teaching and learning. If we did not have any knowledge of diverse languages, our culture and our education would die. It has a connection with our roots, A person who does not have an identity, it means he started by disowning language. Therefore, that's the reason why I say I am a Molobedu, and I know my roots, I know where I come from. Hence, you have a foundation where you stand. I grew up in Attridgeville, I was born in Attridgeville, but I do not forget who I am. My parents taught me that as soon as you enter the yard, leave whitey in the street, leave asteri in the street. And hence, I never stayed in Limpopo, but I can speak the language of my own parents fluently as though I grew up in Hamujaji. Language has linguistic accessibility. For many learners, local languages are their mother tongue. The language they first learn and use at home, as my line manager, Professor Mutsa said, that a university is at home where you teach the child his or her language. Teaching in local languages ensures linguistic accessibility, allowing students to comprehend and engage with academic content more effectively. It also reduces barriers to learning for students who may struggle with languages imposed by colonial legacies. Again, language is used for cognitive development and academic success. When we did our Sub-A, now I'm now revealing my age, when we did our Sub-A, we were not introduced to foreign languages, but we were introduced to our own mother tongue. The poems that we recited were in our own mother tongue. The numbers that we counted were in our own mother tongue. We were saying, te, pedi, taro, nne, tlano, tsela, shupa, seswai, senyane, lesome. And we were reciting in our own mother tongue. That is giving a child the grounding that stand and know who you are. But currently, the parents of my age and of the younger generation, they take their schools to the former Model C schools, and even at home, they can't call the child Lerato. They say, Lerato, come and drink tea. Lerato. At school, they say we must speak with them in English. I refused to call or to speak with my 3 sons in English. I said, I am going to use Setswana in my family because my husband is Tswana and Sepedi. They will know their languages. They will know that they are the Mahanos, they originate from Pukeng, and they must speak Setswana. They went to those schools. They never failed. At home, they spoke their mother tongue. And at school, they spoke the so-called English and the so-called Afrikaans. Not to say we don't know the languages, but if you want to derail your child to have a loose identity, take language away. And then you have stolen the future of that child, because he will not know who he is. He will not be able to stand and be firm and to say, I am a Mahano, originating from Pukeng. Ke morwa pitso ga ke lana. Ke bua Setswana ke me ke itshepa gore tota tota ga ke ka tsa ke no le tlhakanoka ka ema jaaka bojang empa ke tlo ema senna gonne ke le Motswana tota. Language also gives inclusive education practices. In our own mother tongue, they say, Mosadi kichweni ujiwa maboho. In other words, it's wrong, the way they define it. But what they were trying to say in our own languages and our own African context, they were saying there's no ugly woman. Yes. But the Western perspective came, infiltrated our own languages, our own culture, And we have women who are being divorced because they are told that they are ugly. There's no ugly woman in our African context. There's no ugly woman. Hey, people are not trusting what I'm saying. It's because we lost our identity. It also brings community engagement. Language. Teaching in local languages encourages greater community engagement and participation in the educational process. We have elders in society who must come to our schools and teach our children who they are in every community, in every province. But where are the elders? Education without the elders infiltrating, imparting their knowledge and skills is a half, because we took the baby with the bath, and then we threw them out. And in the past, when we were still attending our primary schools, there used to be elders coming to our schools. I grew up in Attridgeville, and those who grew up in the same locality, they will attest, and many other townships, of course. The elders will come and impart knowledge. We had things like wayfarers and sunbeams and girl guides and Boy Scouts. Those things were not run by the teachers only, but the community leaders will come and teach us what the wayfarer and the sunbeam stand for, and would sing with pride and say, we are sunbeam girls, or the wayfarers. We have a meeting here today, and the meeting here today was to make sure that we are taking forward the torch of morality, of good ethical conduct within every community. But where is that today? Democracy, are we going to blame that, or are we going to blame ourselves? But as teachers in higher education, we can still bring that morality back. Preservation of linguistic diversity. I want to say that Ntombia Mutsonga, Dr. Mukwena, you just showed us the beauty of reciting through our own mother tongue. And that should also be restored in our schools. That should also be brought back into our schools. Remember how we used to recite? Remember how we used to recite in Afrikaans? We didn't even hear what we were saying. Meskite yach, yo fabond, vach, exal yo krei. And also using our own mother tongue. Where is that? The daffodils. Where is that? And even our own inkondlo, direto, charena, tswane amamelodi, patogenya taba ya mogale. O fialetše o ikadile gona, motse mogolo wa Paulo a Mabasa. Where is that? God. And when you lose who you are, you lose your identity. Empowerment of language speakers. Teaching in local languages empowers language speakers by validating their linguistic identities and providing opportunities for linguistic expression. It instills a sense of pride and self-worth in students. There's a lot of violence in schools these days. Children kill one another because those kids are angry inside. They do not know even who they are. And they're being bullied, and thereafter they carry out the anger on other children because a sense of self-worth is not there. A sense of confidence is not there, and the resilience is dead in our children. Let us restore who we are and say, what you are doing, my son, this is not humanity. And humanity is embedded in the language that you speak, is embedded in your roots, your cultural identity brings say to. In Afrikaans, ek denk hulle sê Baramartigheid. Baramartigheid. Sethu. Humaneness. Botho. Where is that? In closing, language, as we use it in our teaching and learning, it brings sustainable educational development. Incorporating local languages into education is essential for sustainable educational development. It requires investment in teacher training, curriculum development, and educational materials in local languages. By prioritizing linguistic diversity in education, policies and practices, we lay foundations for a more inclusive, culturally responsive, and sustainable education system. As UNISA, we have just revised the language policy last year, January. Council has approved that. And currently, we are implementing the language policy to such an extent that we are going to look into all portfolios implementing language policy. When a parent comes with a child at the registration office in Sunnyside or across the regions, if a parent is speaking in Chivenda, the parent must be assisted. It mustn't be, I can't hear you. So this is our mandate as the teaching and learning portfolio, that we are going to implement the language policy. When we go to finance and try to inquire, if I can't use the English language, I must speak in my own mother tongue, and I must be assisted. In conclusion, local languages are invaluable assets that can significantly enhance teaching and learning processes in South Africa. By embracing these languages in education, we not only honor our cultural heritage, but also pave the way for more inclusive, accessible, and effective educational practices. In using our own mother tongue, we are going to understand who we are, our identity. And those who have forgotten their mother tongue and their children do not know who they are, let us go back to ourselves and own our identity through embracing our languages. I thank you.
Thank you, Releboga Prof. We are grateful. I'd like to invite to the podium Professor Stanley Madonsela, who is the chair of department in the Department of African Languages. May I ask that we stand? Can we stand? Let's all stand. Those who can. This is my sister department. This is my sister department. Okay, you ready to sing with me? 1, 2, 3. Hloho mahetla sihuba liliteha. Aibo. Okay, now we're gonna do it together. Are you ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3, we go. Now we do it in Zulu. 1, 2, 3, Rosa. Over to you, Prof. We are reinvigorating our languages. Go ahead, Prof. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director, Professor Shandu Petla. Dr. Litswalo as well, as we are co-directing this program. Ngumtimanze ke longibambe olunye ngabatimbili tfute kabonyoko. Ya kumbe khabonina ke ungakubita ngaleyo ndlela. The Vice Chancellor and Principal in absentia, Professor Linkabula. the principal, the vice principal teaching learning, community engagement, student support, Professor Motsa Matikane, the executive director, Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, Professor Mahano, the executive dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Nkosi, the director of School of Arts, Professor Chiali, Mrs. Sulu, Pugu Children's Literature, and the team. I saw the team today in full force. Mr. Stolle from Ilifa, I'm glad, I'm at peace today that the dream has actually come true, that of the MOU. Heads of departments of African languages from all the universities, I've seen colleagues here present with us, diplomats, I can even see Dr. John Kani amongst us here, dignitaries from all sectors. My apologies to those whom I might not have mentioned individually, but maybe it is befitting with a prelude, I greet you all in a vertical order of preference. In trying to align this talk to today's theme, I hasten to refer to the South African context, which provides, a complex and intriguing picture of multilingualism due to its broad spectrum of indigenous African languages, and also its politically burdened history, as you would know, where we come from. I contextualize, therefore, a dominant language other than a mother tongue, as we are speaking about it today, within the colonial perspective of multilingualism in this country. In doing so, trying to lay bare some of the historically invisible circuits of intellectual exchange flowing from the geopolitical south to the geopolitical north around multilingualism. From the period of the language plan task group, if you'd remember, which was led by the then leader Neville Alexandra, whereby the notion of multilingualism is a costly problem approach against the vexing question of language policy that should actually reflect social justice at the time. And continuing, therefore, looking at the developments which cannot be left out when considering the issues, therefore, of multilingualism that have undergone dramatic changes, when at the time, as I indicated, multilingualism was seen as a costly problem approach, which we have actually passed that. Explicit statements of policy have shifted, therefore, away from the segregationist mold of the previous regime, which the widely divergent roles and functions it ascribed to the various languages of the country. But the issue of multilingualism traces South Africa's lineage, to a radical vein of scholarly thought that informed transformative language policy proposals, because when we speak of the two, multilingualism, therefore language policy comes in as an enabler to multilingualism. Then that circulate the Southern context, and then reciprocal engagement within parallel scholarship in other countries that challenge coloniality and neo-colonialism. We note, therefore, that in South Africa, both a decolonial challenge and more powerful neo-colonial hegemonies have run alongside one another in parallel but opposite direction. Considering then a practical example of the national language policy and education, and language in education policy rather, emphasize the right of every learner to be instructed in the language of his or her choice, where this is reasonably practicable. As you would remember, these escapisms in the Constitution, wherever possible, wherever practicable, which are then saying there might be some limitations in the process. So both of these then policies promote multilingualism and all the official languages, as well as the acquisition of additional languages. However, when conducting a document analysis of the curriculum, documents of the current school language curricula, and comparing them with the official policies and legislation, it becomes clear that the curricula deviated from the sentiments embedded in the policies. The reference to language policies in education when addressing the issues of multilingualism represent a critical area in which a society's expectation for the success of its future members are simultaneously expressed, enabled, and also sometimes constrained. Therefore, choices about matters such as language of instruction sometimes become controversial when such choices appear to contradict common sense assumptions in our terms. The question remains, as South Africa, did we heed the call to explore the possibilities of multilingual education, the basis of which is the promotion of multilingualism as a resource for social and national development? Considering the recent recognition, therefore, in the Northern literature that languages are fluid and boundaries are porous, if existing approaches of multilingual education in the global North have failed to consider the fluidity that we are talking about there, which also applies in the South African context. This assumption then, of course, appears to be the foundation of a growing body of literature on translanguaging that is advanced in the North, and by scholars who followed Northern critiques. And these scholars appear to reject the materiality of discrete standardized language varieties and argue that in the interest of social justice, it should be the purpose of educational institutions to focus on cultivating students' expertise in the fluidity of multilingualism. Even though the new legislation paved the way for a new multilingual society where equality of all languages would be acknowledged, the question arises as to whether democratic language policies could effect lasting change, or whether the age-old patterns of status quo and domination would persist with only superficial adherence to new policies. The flawed assumptions, therefore, by some linguists on multilingual education in approaches to teaching of languages. One implication, even though it is unintended, of this approach is that linguists whose life work has been directed towards the teaching of standardized written languages that provide students with access to higher education and high-level employment are stigmatized as old-fashioned, as wrong, sometimes intellectually confused. Having said that, you see on a second implication of a fluidity focus mainly on formal education, also unintended as the previous one, is that most students in post-colonial settings are or will be at risk of being denied access to the standardized variety of written and spoken languages that open doors to higher education and high-level employment opportunities, because sometimes language is used as a barrier, maybe not to access a place. Therefore, by default, this will have some effect of marginalizing and disempowering students that have been associated with discriminatory policies. Quite simply put, unless students can access and gain proficiency in a written language variety of higher status such as English and use it in the mainstream economy and avenues of power, their life chances will remain limited as they were during the colonial context elsewhere. Whilst the emphasis appears to be very much on developing multilingualism within a legislative framework, you look at the leap, it cannot thrive in an atmosphere of coercion. This is based on the premise that no language community should have a reason to fear that education system will be used to suppress its mother tongue. However, it is becoming increasingly apparent that a considerable mismatch between, that appears to exist between emerging language strategy on the one hand and actual language practice in the spheres of education on the other. While language policy expressly professes to promote multilingualism in South Africa, language practitioners in languages other than English are grouchy in some cases that their languages are being marginalized to even a greater extent than in the past. The framework operates within a paradigm of multilingualism and aims to facilitate communication across the barriers of color, language, religion, creed, whatever you may call it. At the same time, creating an environment in which respect for languages other than one's own would be encouraged. Embedded, therefore, in the framework as well as in individuals' right to choose the language of learning and teaching, this right should, however, then be exercised within the overall framework of obligation and education system that promote multilingualism. It must then be understood, a program director and ladies and gentlemen, that the purpose here is to disentangle the sources and lines of argument. The references on the different positions that have been held with respect to multilingualism in education in South African context. The two then have adopted instances that offer a binary and oppositional choice, each of which unintentionally defaults, therefore, to neo-colonial and inequitable outcomes for students. The other view, therefore, that sits outside these binary stances is that people use their languages or language repertoire for many different purposes. Some of these are for horizontal communication practices, communicative practices rather, of conviviality, which include practices of fluidity. Some of these are to access and engage in context in which a vertical, standardized, written variety of language, such as in higher education and higher level economic, legal and political activity. It might happen that multilingualism in multilingual education in South Africa has been a dream out of reach. However, the use of mother tongue in education provides that kind of platform where the human dignity that we're all talking about here and the sense of belonging is actually inculcated and instilled. It is therefore a step in the right direction to use African languages alongside English, not saying doing away with it, but used alongside English to facilitate, therefore, the development of academic language and academic literacy skills in general. These languages, therefore, need to be viewed as fluid and should be used simultaneously in complementarity to other languages such as English to develop academic language proficiency and prepare students for the world that offers diverse opportunity. The question of multilingualism in education, therefore, cannot be left out in the cold when considering the investments in language teaching provisions for mother tongue education and the voices of the people whose languages are in the periphery. The question remains, how is the voice heard and accommodated in felicitious context of multilingualism? Clearly, the voice is not enhanced in this case because when you look at the contrary, although there's a particular sense of a particular language may result from community engagement around legitimate speakerhood, forms of linguistics identity, ascription, etc., the imposing, therefore, or regulating of a specific linguistic construct as language or languages of the community may instead lead to the muting of voices because the language is not there. So those voices are lost in the process, or are often lost in the process of most marginalized, whose interests therefore are presumably the focus of linguistic provisions in the first place. These speakers who are marginal speakers of a linguistic norm and who may feel that their positions of interest cannot be articulated in the register, they feel outside the group. Rather than the voice is located in the medley of linguistic and semiotic forms with which speakers enact their agencies, get things done on the other hand, and this may or may not map onto any standard of fixed language construct. Whilst then the issue of multilingual education, which is our theme today, is not an epilogue to the plight of social justice and personal identity in the context of language choice, dominance, and their language preference, if not carefully considered, it may open sluice gates for endangered languages, like one language that we are talking about here, which is New language. A close examination, therefore, of the debates and developments in relation to multilingualism in South Africa, including several points of cleavage from the dawn of democracy, have illustrated that contemporary debates that now circulate in our context are not new in this space. It is important, therefore, for ethical reasons to exercise a decolonial and endangered stance that unveils the weak or a historical foundation of literature that invisibilizes spoken languages today. Now we know about 42% of those languages of the world are endangered, and that should actually scare us. This is in the wake, therefore, of one indigenous languages whose speaker is among us here today, Katrina. And then you look at it in terms of the language becoming endangered relatively easily when fewer and fewer people speak it, and especially when children stop using it and learning it as their dominant language. But well, there are reasons why they are doing that. The driver, therefore, to endangered language is when people are less likely to speak their own language at home, and also are, not in a position to can teach those languages to the next generation. So as in the case, therefore, of softening multilingualism, one of the reasons the intergenerational passing down of a language can stop is external pressures on languages, which we have actually been talking about here. The community therefore drives that kind of a mentality to some of its members against the favored language that is dominant at a particular point. So this normally occurs because more dominant language is perceived as a key to open certain doors or condition for ensuring quality of life, such as the fallacy of getting job or accessing healthcare facilities, where if you go to those healthcare facilities, if you speak a language that is not spoken by those in the health sector, you do not get help as you should. We should therefore be cautious of the risks that come with an endangered language because of the loss of important information that document on what is important for people to survive. The value of a language should be seen within the context of a map that shows us how humanity has actually become the way it is today. Language endangerment, therefore, may also be associated with human rights issues. Access to healthcare, as I said initially, could therefore be one example that can be advanced. People may need, therefore, that healthcare services that are not offered in their language or in that way. Their access to healthcare becomes restricted, therefore. It remains the responsibility of language activists and linguists amongst us today here, to support such communities in reclaiming and also reappropriating linguistic heritage. Policymakers, who are also playing a major role here, may see linguistic diversity as an expensive or divisive impediment to national unity. The question of, is there any political will, therefore, to can drive multilingualism in that space? Over and above that, it is therefore, often through, multilingual education that as a transition to the national language, we must therefore be upfront, therefore, and be engaged in those kinds of talks, so that at the end of the day, we know that in terms of our languages, we are actually making a contribution that will ensure that the future generation, know and speak our languages. But in concluding, therefore, let me conclude this talk by a cordial claim by Grimes, which is that when a language dies, a unique way of looking at the world also disappears. And that the loss of a language means extinction of a unique creation of human beings that houses a treasure of information and preserves a people's identity. I thank you.
Forward D. Forward D. Panda. Phambili. Rapili. Kopili. Ripili. Halala. So, Prof. Madonsela, you came with your crew from African languages. You wanted to make sure that we know. Phambili, forward, D. Siyabonga. Just a quick announcement. We have 2 books that we just had to announce. We have a table right that side, the Puku table. We have this book by Ouma, Katrina, Yiyole, Skilbert and False Trace, the tortoise and the ostrich. I think it's Toy Nga Toy. I'll be dreaming in this language tonight. And then we also have Mama Katrina's story, The Golden Girl. It's also available. Mama Katrina's story is 140, and the book here is 150. So do they take cards? Siya swipe, siya aina. All right, we can do EFTs, I imagine, for those who do not carry cash. We continue with our program. I'd like to invite Umama Ufeziwe Shoba from the language specialist, who is a language specialist at UNISA's language unit. Ladies and gentlemen, I was excited from the day I was told about this event, and but I have to tell you, when it comes to this next section, I am beside myself. I'm so excited because from now on we will get to see the feature film. So if you are as excited as I am, as Umama Eza to the fore, can you just turn to the people sitting at your table and tell them how excited you are, but tell them in your language. So ngesiZulu ngizothi ngiyafa injabulo ngithakasile angazi nokuthi ngenze njani. Are you telling the people? Are you telling them? Ndiziva ndinemincili. Ngiyafa fi. Kaspedi kyashwa kadikepela. All right, now that we've told everyone just how excited we are, let's just take a moment to listen to Umama Ufeziwe, Umama Ugqirha, Umama Ugqirha Ufeziwe Shoba, to do her part, and then we'll get to go to the feature film. Over to you, ma.
Ndiyabulela Thuli. Molweni. Dumelang. Goeiemôre. Ndimacheroni. I'm here to introduce our most important guests today. Kodwa ke kuqala ndifuna ukubulisa kwingqonyela yeuniversity uprofessor uNjingalwazi Linkabhula engekho phakathi kwethu. Ndibulise isekela ngqonyela uNjingalwazi Zodwa Mutsa Madikane, my executive director Prof Magano, executive dean Prof Nkosi, UNESCO Secretary General Mr. Mukwebo, Puku and the crew, Ilifa and the crew, Inanga nensibazayo. Lenkondekazi neliqhawekazi ndiza kulazisa it's Ouma Katrina Esau, born during a time when there was an official license to hunt, stalk, and kill the San. Katrina Esau abandoned her San identity and stopped speaking Ngu when she was a teenager in 1950. She identified as an African-speaking colored, a term used for people of mixed race in South Africa then. From 1950 until 1996, when Katrina finally disclosed her true San identity, she was 67 years old, and there were only 19 other Ngu speakers alive. Is that not wonderful? Unfazed by her inability to read or write, Katrina embarked on a quest to save Ngu, the language she was once ashamed of. Her mission to revive her language saw Katrina start a Ngu language school in 2002. She was at the forefront of the creation of the first ever Ngu book, Ngoy Nga, if I'm not pronouncing correctly, pardon me, as well as the first bilingual dictionary of Ngu. Amongst many other accolades, Katrina has been awarded the Order of the Baobab by the South African Presidency, as well as an honorary doctorate by the University of Cape Town. Ululations, Mipururu. Ohamba naye ekufuneke ndimazise naye is Gregory Mulale. This young man, after his graduation in film and TV studies, Gregory Mulale wrote, produced and directed the award-winning Ziyawala for the South African National Broadcaster. Since then, Greg has been producing, directing, and writing award-winning flagship TV content. To fulfill his childhood dream, he took a shift from television to feature filmmaking in 2020. For his first feature documentary, Gregory is already receiving praise for his unique voice as both as a writer and director. Ngalo mazwi okunazisa, can Ouma just stand up or just wave your hand? And Greg, where are you? And Greg at the back, thank you so much.
Enkosi kakhulu Mama, thank you so much. We are grateful. Hey, Greg, and all the speakers, I know that people will be taking selfies and pictures with you, so be ready. I'm so excited. I'm trying to breathe slow so that I can get through this program. So now we shall invite Ngizwile umamfeziwe ethi Greg. So Greg. Gregory Mulale, the director of Language of My Soul, to come to the fore. He will present the documentary to us. So Greg, over to you. And before you continue, Greg, you can just stand next to me so that when they take pictures, this is my selfie moment. I'm just gonna lean and continue with the announcement. Selfie moments. May JW54B5GP please rush to your car. It's quite urgent. I will not divulge stories, but just please rush to your car. Over to you, Greg.
Thank you so much, RC Program Director, and much honored to be here. Kena Gregory Huizioni Mulale. We are a film production house. We call ourselves the Myrmidons because much like Achilles and his warriors, the Myrmidons, we want to tell stories that are timeless, stories that will echo through the ages. So we felt very much lucky when Puku Children's Literature Foundation, our co-producers, introduced us to Ouma in 2019. We were blown away by her story. I think you just had a short bit about what Ouma has achieved. And from us being blown away by that, we were like, it's a no-brainer. Such a storied life needs to be committed to film. And there are two things really that we wanted to put at the center when we were attempting to tell this story. The first is that as a storyteller, I wanted this to be a story that will move people, much like my favorite stories move me. And perhaps more important than that, we wanted this to be a vehicle, or rather a good enough means to rally support and encourage a positive sentiment around Ouma's quest, the preservation and revival of Ngu. And as such, we had to make what was a tough decision to us as young creatives, that unlike typical documentaries, we are not going to have a faceless narrator telling a story of an African, or in this instance, a person who is Khoi, or rather son. We didn't want experts to even come in and smother Ouma's point of view. Wanted to frame it at the center and have her represent herself, tell a story without worrying that maybe in a very contemporary world, people will question credibility and whatnot. So we did that, and we are very grateful with the outcome. And more than that, we were very much honored that Ouma trusts us with her story, and on since Baya Dankbar and Ayo Ouma. And also, I think we need to take time to thank Puku, because they introduced us to Ouma Katrina, and really held us through the years. It took us 3 years to make this, and we're with Oslo Rato and Masisulu through it all. So we're grateful for that, and also our funders, the SABC, they didn't only fund this, they also were there to help us apply the proper sensibilities and really be sure that we are giving the proper gravitas and profundity to this story. And we're grateful for that to Chilizi, Jackie and her team, and our other funders, the NAVF, Gauteng Film Commission and Africa No Filter for really helping us tell this story. Everybody realized that the story is urgent and it should be told. And what we're going to play today is, the feature film is 90 minutes long, but we put together a 30-minute that it's I think, quite an eloquent articulation of why it's necessary to save Ngu. And I need to end by saying, with this film, yes, the SABC has bought the license to broadcast it. We are also selling it to various distributors and content providers. And Ouma Katrina and her new course, with proceeds from the film, she is getting there to advance her course. And yes, that essentially means if you guys watch and get your people to watch, Ouma's quest becomes easier, you know? So do enjoy, and yes, thank you much.
Can they take pictures of the screen?
No.
Okay, I had to ask. I was just checking copyright-wise. I know that some of us are taking pictures and selfies and everything, so for now, because the official screening is in September, right? So just take selfies of yourself, smiling, crying about what we are about to see, but not the screen itself. So we just had to check. You all have water on your tables. There is no popcorn, but there is water. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Tawa, twee, poi. Lang geleden het die dieren ook aan gepraat het. En die Bushman het saam met die dieren gepraat. Van die taal kom uit die natuur uit.
Die Bushman het baie dinge deurgemaak. Soos die wilde diere gevlug het, so moes hy ook soos 'n wilde dier vlug. Want daar was geld as jy 'n Bushman geskiet het.
As die ou boer ook daar kom, hy hoor ons praat. Jy, moenie so dit lelike taal se praat. Ons laat hulle slaap.
Jou taal sê wie jy is.
Hierdie mense moet afgedruk word. Moet verneder word. Bushman was niks. Ek weet die dag wanneer ek nie meer daar is, wat gaan van die nuwe taal word nie. Leer die taal vir die mense. Deur liefde.
Maar die ander mense se intensie is, dis 'n goudmyn. Mense wil geld maak in die skool uit.
Die noodlot is teen haar om regtig die taal voort te kan laat leef.
Niemand gaan dinge doen sonder my, vir my man nie. Just Mr. Kai. Maar een kusku, kwa. Aku man, aku great kan. Aku nga. Ngai kai, aku nga tu was kanga, aku sih kwa. Kau aku Kuya. Ayo konoke. Aku konoke. Ya nasi mari.
Puku Children's Literature Foundation aims to improve the quality and quantity of children's books in African languages, in South African indigenous languages. And because South Africa is regional, hopefully it'll be Southern African languages. So that's what we are focusing on.
Re godile ba re bolela di oral stories tse tsa gale tsa botselane le dimo tsa bophokoje le bophiri ntlo seo sa nkgogela mo literature mo literacy rona re le batho ba bantsho we must tell our own stories ka dipuo tsa rona because language ya rona ya latlhega today o ka bona mo re dutseng teng go nna le mme o kene mme Katrina Esau a ileng gore ene le bana ba go bone ba le bararo ke bone fela ba ba setse mo lefatsheng ba ba buang puo ya bone
My kinders, die mense het so uitgester die taal gepraat het, dat ons is vandaag net 4 wat die taal kan vlot praat. Ek is die koningin van die Bushmans. Ek is die leier van hulle en hulle staan nou onder my. Ek is ook 'n koningin wat ook 'n onderwyser is. Ek is eintlik nou die 4de een van die nuussprekers. Daar's nog, ek het nog 3 van die nuussprekers. My oudste suster, my tweede oudste suster en dan ek is 3. 4 saam met my broer. Ons is nog die mense wat nou vlot kan spreek. Wat nog lewe. Dis ek kyk. Ek kyk.
I'm from Soweto, Protect Land, and I'm a character designer, visual developer, and art director. So this story, it's written in the Ngqu language, and I feel like it's a first of its kind because there's basically no book documented in this language. I feel honored to be chosen to illustrate on the story of the Ngqu people.
We want catalogs for children's books in all languages. So at least if we start from 0 to 6-year-old, the ECD and foundation phase, that's what we need to do because we don't believe that we can build a reading culture if you don't have enough knowledge about what you have, about the books you have, and you don't review those books.
That's the I go sarang au sats the koisi sara kadi kamaksa se makai sats the unya ngara kadi sang I think amamait se namako ba pngatsi kadi khuna khaklasin kha ngabatske sa mango siatske khus is a amkha
Story se re skwalang gompieno ke ka ga Moshe Moshe Kentsi story se tla ruta bana go ka itse gore ba kgone go thusa batho ba bangwe ba kgone le gore ba kgone gore ba itshepe ba kgone le go fitlhelela ditoro tsa bona tlhoka thata gore re kwalele bana ka puo ya rona ka gore puo ke heritage ke history ke mpho re selang bana ba rona.
English books are reviewed and they're published, and there's journals about English books. And in fact, Afrikaans people have done very well regarding books for their children. Of course, they've had the advantage of government and political support over, generations. But we need to get to that stage where we're investing very seriously in our language and our writers.
Story is die angel van die skorpioen. So ek gaan hom nou eers lees laat u hom kan hoor. My naam is Johannes Majid. Ek is 'n radio presenter, 3 boeke geskrywe en ek is hier vandag omdat ek my eerste kinderboek geskryf het. Ek het begin met die kinderboeke, dit was altyd my droom geweest en Boeke van 1000 het op my pad gekom en dit is waar ek die begin gemaak het om my eerste kinderboek aan tentoon te stel waarmee ons nou besig is.
Thank you very much on this very special and happy occasion when we've just finished a 2-day workshop of writing stories, and we know it's been a long time and that you must be tired, you've worked hard, but we couldn't miss the opportunity because it is a historic occasion. For the first time, we'll have a South African story in Nama from Dina Christensen, and we'll have stories in Mu from Ouma Esau, and Claudia and Snyman and Lena Duplessis.
The main thing e nna ke ratang go gatelela go ya go pele ke gore re kwale ka dilanguage tsa rona, re ise go pele dipuo tsa rona tsa mo gae. Nna ka gore nna ke Motswana ke kwala ka Setswana obviously, mara yana ke batla le gore batho ba bangwe ba kwale ka dipuo tsa bone, re kgone bana ba rona ba kgone go bala, because gone yanong re na le mathata a gore bana ba rona ga ba itse go bala dipuo tsa bona tsa go gae.
In my house, I speak Nama with my children. We communicate in Nama. We're doing things in Nama. There's no problem for me because I know Nama. But I feel and I've asked for the community in South Africa, the Nama people, they must bring up the language. They must take his culture and go forward with this.
Ka nne language ya go gae ya bana ke yone the foundation e tla ba isang gore ha ba kgone go bua another language e ba e acquirang ka bonako, so ha bana le foundation ya language ya bone they can acquire another language.
The responsibility for you to carry on with Ouma's work, what do you feel about it as a young person?
That's a heavy weight for me.
It's been a lot of hard work. It's been quite nerve-wracking to get such a different, diverse group of people together. But I think the work has gone very well and the writers seem satisfied.
Pha ekhaya xa kukho iproject ekhoyo noko ikati isuke eziko kutsho ukuthi kulale kutyiwe kube khona isonke esizaphezu kwetafile. Kwelinye icala xa ithe yakhona iproject kuzawuba khona i-economic spin-offs and ekugqibeleni sitsho ngoku sizingce ngelizwe elithi proud. It's a nation that is proud of its heritage.
I'm very pleased that we have put these people together. And often what we find with Puku is that when they live here, they continue the relationships independently of us. You might find some of us, they will get together and do their own books without us even being involved. And for us, that's a success for us.
Love so my soul.
Phambili ubambile ubonile ubona umbono wesinqiko kuqonda de kwakhanya kwiliso lengqondo. Phambili uhambile ubambile ubonile.
So today we are launching the catalog yetu for isiXhosa 100 recommended books in isiXhosa for early childhood and foundation phase. And this is the first time there's been a catalogue specifically for that age group, for early childhood and foundation phase in an indigenous language. So it's actually groundbreaking.
The value of language and the light that language provides to the mind, and it is traced to childhood, which then means it has to start with our children.
For most of the time, African languages are not represented in the mainstream when it comes to not only publishing, but what is available out there. So it's very important for Puku to put all these catalogs forward to show educators and parents and librarians and everyone else who's involved in early literacy for children.
To all of us who are here, I think it's all because we have the love for our languages. We are here because we understand the importance.
One of the hurdles identified in the many reasons that children are not learning to read with meaning by the age of 10, one of the hurdles identified has been the issue of access to books. The children don't have enough access to books. There's not enough books in indigenous languages. And we found that it's not just a thing that there are not enough books, but that even the books that are there are not easily available. People don't know where to find those books. There's not one central database where you can say, okay, here I'm going to go and find what I need.
Children's books in indigenous languages, especially at the early childhood development and foundation phase, are not easily accessible. Somebody may ask why a catalogue in children's literature in indigenous language.
I think what this is Ketayo that we select. They capture all the aspects of the context that we have in South Africa, because we can never run away from the fact that we're a multilingual country, we're a multicultural country.
The isiXhosa one, that's our pilot, and we are going to be launching the others for the 8 other African languages, for also in the 100 books that we are going to be selected and review, and we'll launch that as well in the near future.
So if we talk about fourth industrial revolution, there's no fourth industrial revolution without taking into account language and how we build on top of that so that everybody can really access these technologies.
Coming together, we're able to build on our strengths collectively and produce something which they say the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. You know, that when you put everything together, you end up with something more stronger than what you would have done if you had tried to do it individually.
What about the mother tongue? When our mother tongue is going down the drain, how do we as custodians keep quiet?
Ouma Katrina, dit is vir ons almal hier by Puku 'n groot eer en 'n voorreg om vir jou baie geluk te wens met jou verjaarsdag. Ons bly nog verstom wanneer ons dink aan jou rol om die taal van Ngu lewendig te hou en sodoende 'n erfenis aan toekomstige geslagte gebied. Dit is al meer verbassend as mens besef dat ons uit 'n tyd kom wanneer dit verbied was om jou moedertaal te praat. En vooral nou, wanneer de belangrikheid van moedertaalpraat universeel erkend word, is ons dubbel dankbaar aan jou en jou familielede dat hierdie waarde nie verlore gaan nie. Ons wil ook hierdie geleentheid gebruik om mense te herinner dat hierdie jaar vier ons die 200ste jaar van die taal van Sesotho as 'n geskrewe taal. Ons moet almal altyd onthou dat taalgebruik is 'n manier om tale nie net lewendig te hou, maar ook noodsaaklik vir die ontwikkeling van die taal. En daarom is dit noodsaaklik dat hierdie tale beskikbaar is in boeke vir kinders van kleins af. Dit is presies die fokus van ons hier by Puku. Al die maak jou rol al meer merkwaardig. Weereens ons beste wense.
Sanibonani, ngikugcina Mhlophe waseThekwini, ngiyithatha leli thuba ukuhalalisela indlovukazi yamanqu ukuthi ibe nosuku oluhle lokuzalwa. I am Dr. Katrina Mhlophe from Durban, Gcina Masiko Arts and Heritage Trust. I wish to take this opportunity to say happy birthday to the Queen of the Ngu, Queen Katrina. Your Royal Highness, we salute you, we honor you, we send you love, and we say many happy returns. Bye, donkey, siyabonga.
Cumpleaños feliz, deseamos a ti. Cumpleaños, Katrina, que los cumpla feliz. Hola, Katrina, me gustaría desearte feliz cumpleaños y que tengas un bonito día, que disfrute tu día y felicitarte también por ser esa persona que mantiene tu lengua materna viva, que eso es muy importante para mantener las culturas. Y sepas ahora que mucha gente en todo el mundo te conoce y te desea que tengas un bonito día y una bonita vida. Saludos.
Aus Katrina, letsatsi la kajeno re thaba le wena moketeng ona wa letsatsi la tswalo ya hao. Hape re tlotlisa lerato le thahaselo ya hao ha o sebeditse ka thata hore puo ya Ngu e tswele pele ho ba e nngwe ya dipuo tsa South Africa. Tsena tsohle di bohlokwa haholo setjhaba sa rona. Re na le tshepo ya hore naha ena ya rona e tla putsa mosebetsi wa hao ka ho netefatsa hore puo ya Ngu e se ke ya re lahlehela. Selemong sena re keteka dilemo tse 200 puo ya Sesotho e hatiswa. Le ha wena le rona ba ketekang kajeno, re tla be re fihlile qetellong ya bophelo ba rona lefatsheng ha South Africa e keteka dilemo tse 200 tsa kgatiso ya Ngu. Rona ha mmoho le wena re tla be re le teng moketeng oo ka moya. O be le letsatsi le monate la tswalo ya hao hle ausi, re a leboha.
Mine mnandi kuwe Ouma Katrina.
سنة حلوة يا جميل، سنة حلوة يا جميل، سنة حلوة سنة حلوة سنة حلوة كاترينا. يلا حالا بالا بالا حي أبو الفصل اللي لا عيد ميلاده أجمل الأعياد فليحيى أبو الفصل. هي سنة حلوة يا جميل، سنة حلوة يا جميل سنة حلوة سنة حلوة سنة حلوة كاترينا يلا حالا بالا بالا حي أبو الفصل اللي لا عيد ميلاده أجمل الأعياد فليحيى أبو الفصل هي.
Parabéns para você nessa data querida, muitas felicidades, muitos anos de vida. Parabéns não só pela sua data de aniversário, mas também por toda a sua história e todo o seu legado em ver quão longe que está chegando.
Butamai lamu, butamai lamu, butamai lamu koko, butamai lamu na yo koko. Nzambe apambola yo abakisela yo lisusu mikolo ebele owumela na se na moi omona bakoko ebele. Merci.
祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，天天都开心了，祝你那个身体健康。
Mina mnandi kuwe, mina mnandi kuwe, mina mnandi kuwe Katrina, mina mnandi kuwe. Qhawekazi sithi camagu sithi halala siyabulela ngomsebenzi owenzileyo. Siyabonga ngalo mzekelo usibonisileyo apha emhlabeni ngalo msebenzi owenzileyo. Saqhubeka sixelela abazukulwane nabantwana ngawe ngalo msebenzi owenzileyo. We thank you. We are grateful and will continue to live on your legacy and pass on your name. Thank you. Have a blessed day, Katrina. Love from your African children.
Ọlọ́jọ́ ìbí ìjọkan rẹ̀ o ṣe wéré kó dá wa lóhùn ó ṣọjọ́ ìbí ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ó ṣọjọ́ ìbí ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ó ṣọjọ́ ìbí ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀.
Katrina, nakutakia kila laheri kwa hii siku yako kuu ya kuzaliwa. Nirakuvoera urorathimwo na miaka mingi muno uture natwe utuvundithie uria wise uria wonete urorathimwo.
Na otuziku aki okuche atuzibuningan atrinche kenkuko 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 atrinche kenkuko.
Kuria, jy kry kan. Nou dit kan kry. Alman weet nie hoe stadig loop nie. Kry kan. En die son ai. Klink gehaai. Ek is nou so Afrikaans ingespyt. Dat ek welkom in Afrikaans praat. Kry haai, kry kan. Nou kan ek maar klaar. Hoi. Hak kry trouke. Hak kwa.
Die Boesman het baie dinge deurgemaak.
Hierdie mense moet afgedruk word. Moet verneder word.
En nou kom dwing hy sy taal ook op jou af.
Ek weet nie, die dag wanneer ek nie meer daar is nie, wat gaan van die moedertaal word nie.
Kaba. Twee. Koi.
Lang gelede het die diere ook aan gepraat het. En die Bushman het saam met die diere gepraat. Van die taal kom uit die natuur uit.
Die Bushman het baie dinge deurgemaak. Soos die wilde diere gevlug het, so moes hy ook soos 'n wilde dier vlug. Want daar was geld as jy 'n Bushman geskiet het.
As die boer ook daar kom, hy hoor ons praat. Jy, moet nie so dit lelike taal se praat. Ons laat hulle slaat.
Jou taal sê wie jy is.
Hierdie mense moet afgedruk word. Moet verneder word. Bushman was niks. Ek weet die dag wanneer ek nie meer daar is, wat gaan van die moedertaal word nie?
Leer die taal vir die mense. Deur liefde.
Maar die ander mense se intens is, dis 'n goudmyn. Mense wil geld maak in die skool uit.
Die noodlot is teen haar om regtig die taal voort te kan laat leef.
Niemand gaan dinge doen sonder my, vir my man.
That was difficult to watch. We just need to come back to this room because this took us to places we did not want to go. All right, let's come back. Sign language interpreter, you are making me cry. We'll continue. Let us invite. All right, let us invite Ouma Katrina to. May I ask my friends there that we said we will have chairs so that we make this easier for Ouma Katrina, who will come to the fore and have a reflection on the documentary. It's difficult to see other things, you know, the graphic of the language being buried like a funeral. Those words, you know, they will keep ringing and ringing. So, Ouma Katrina, Ayo, thank you very much. And we thank you we are grateful to the producers and funders. Now we invite Ouma Katrina to the fore, and accompanying her will be Peño Modise, the Director of Sports and Culture in the Northern Cape, as well as Liana Snyders, the Director of the San Council. They will accompany Ouma and they will just take over for now as a reflection. And if we could get a bit of assistance. Ushers, do you have extra tissues, and we need, yeah. Okay. Right. How do we do this so that the cake is visible? Okay, right there. We need a third one. Can we just have a standing ovation for Ouma Katrina as she comes to the fore? Thank you so much. Someone told you to hide your language, and today we are unhiding that language and we are flaunting it for all to see and hear. I shall now hand over. We are missing one more person. All right, and then we have our microphones. I'll just move from the fore and then hand over. Thank you so much. May I request again that we keep that area between the camera and our sign language interpreter. Let's keep it clear, because we still have those who have joined in virtually who need to hear what is happening, who need to know what is happening right now. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Goedemiddag of morgen allemaal. Nou, ik heb me zeggen groet is zo. Ik groet nou. En nou zal ik op mijn taal groet. Hoenkia, huniki. So, huniki is allemaal. Hoenkia is middag. Mensen, ik weet niet, hoe voel ik vandaag? Maar ik zal niet op mijn gevoelens staan. Ik zal niet over mijn gevoelens praten. Maar ik wil toch voor die mensen, die dokters, die onderwijzers, die professors, en allemaal wat omgee vir my en wat saam met my hierdie ding trek. En die mense, die vriende, julle wat vandag hier sit, baie keer is daar van die boesmans, wat as daar iets gedoen word, dan kom hulle amper nie eens op nie. Maar ek dank vanmiddag die Here vir hierdie saal wat so vol is. Mense, ek het zwaar gekry. Niks is nog in die boekie. Ek het nie my zwaarheid gepraat nie. Maar ek wil net daai dinge sal ek sal nog 'n boek maak as die Here my spaar. My zwaarheid, my kalfvoet loop agter die skape, op die koue. Maar vanmiddag wil ek vir almal baie dankie sê. Mense wat saam wat vir my help. Mense wat saam met my voel en saam met my staan. Baie dankie. Baie dankie mense. Almal. En as ek nou sê dankie, ek sê vir almal dankie. Vir die hele wêreld, oor sê waar, ek sê vir hulle baie, baie dankie. En ek am je konja, na konja en kyk ama. Kijk, nu, maar kijk niet mee, ik wil geen koe. Kijk, niet mee. Niet geen ngang, niet geen kijk, nu mee kijk. Naka een konja en kijk. Na konja de huniki. Kijk niet naar school, niet hoe je het in school. Naka ayo untu huniki. Nka ni een dokter ke, nka ni een professor ke, nka ni een pake, ni een tueke. So dat is nou toch. Ik wil jullie zeggen dankie. Ik heb bijna spaar gekregen voor mijn taal. Dat is waarvoor ik nog die Heere zo dank. En ik vraag nog die Heere. Ik kan maar ook moest sterven. Mijn zusters, wat jonger is, wat achter mij is, het gesterven. Alle zusters, mijn broers, wat achter mij is, het gesterven. Ik kan ook maar sterven. Maar ik dank die Heere spaar mij. Van mijn hart is groot voor die taal. Kijk, ik wil je, als hierdie hele mensen hier kan die taal praten, dan kan ik maar sterven. En als in Appington ook zo'n klomp mensen die taal praten, dan kan ik maar sterven. Maar die Heere, dat is niet die Heere, dat is niet de genade van die Heere. En ik vraag die Heere, ik wil graag mijn ma's, niet net mijn ma, nie, mijn ma en mijn pa en mijn grootjes taal in die land. Ik wil hem op die hart van die mensen. Ik wil hem in die scholen. Maar ik zeg baie dankie.
Okay. Good afternoon. Maybe briefly just to translate what Ouma has been saying. What Ouma has been saying to everyone gathered here. It's firstly just to express her gratitude for everyone who has walked the path with her, the academics, the doctors, the professors that were part of this journey that she's been walking. She expressed, I think, her appreciation for what they've done, not only for her, but for the language as well. She mentions how the difficulty she had to go through when she grew up, and also that some of the hardships that she endured are not even contained in the book that she's writing. And she, I think, has expressed her wish that the Almighty must keep her so that she could do more for her family, for her language, and do more for her community. Her wish, as she expressed now at the end, was that she would want to see many, many people speak the language in her community. Many people, including the people in this venue today, holding this language in their hearts and carrying forward what it is that they've been doing. She also expressed gratitude to everyone who's been involved. She specifically named Greg, the director. And I think that's in a nutshell. She was just expressing and lamenting the fact that her siblings have left. Most of whom were younger than her. And it's probably because of this courage and big heart that she's had to continue this battle going forward. So she's again asked that the Almighty spares her so that she can complete the work that she has started. I think this man of me.
My mense, ons ken nie die dood, ons het die dood in ons hande nie. En dat kan wees dat het ek net vir julle nou sien. Maar ek is vir julle lief, mense. Ek is vir julle lief. En ek hou van julle. Ek wil toch net wat my verlangste is. Ek het nog nie nou redig as skooltjie om die kinders by mekaar te bring. Ek moet net elke dag paar kinders by mekaar bring. Kom skool. Nou as julle kan my help, dat ek weer 'n skooltjie kry, waar ek kan my kinders by mekaar inkry, om elke dag vir hulle te leer. Dan sal ek baie, baie bly is. Die bares. Ek wil hierdie lied sing. Ek ken nie Engels nie, maar ek sing hom op Engels. Vir julle. Asseblief toch, as ek die dag daar is, dan moet julle weet, ek heb julle 'n lied gesing. Nou, hy is moe en hy is Engels. Is die reg? Liana, jy moet ook aankom. My soul loves only you, loves only you, loves only you, loves only, loves only you, loves only you, loves only you. My soul loves only you, loves only you, loves only you. Ante quien ring quien ring
That one needs no interpretation, the dog. I think it's Ouma's way of saying thank you to everyone, and also lastly expressing her wish. One of her biggest wishes is to build a school where she can continue teaching the Nguni language. And she's appealing to all of us that are out here to use our networks to lobby for those funds to get the school going. And that is her last wish. And obviously her song that needs no interpretation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we can just ask indulgence, Claudia, to say something quickly. She's the one out of all the children, grandchildren that has been with Ouma. Unfortunately, David is not here. But I also want to mention Lena, because she's really Lena Snyders, who's the director of the SAN network. She's a very important part of Ouma's network. Lena has been doing a lot of work, and I've been Googling and enjoying reading her work on getting rooibos, the community rewarded for the way rooibos grows, that they've been exploited. She's done that. She's also worked on a new code of ethics for research for the SAN. So I think that's really important over and above the new. Thanks.
Oinkia uniki inkatrike Claudia Snemer maar usakatri purkutsi. I don't have much to say, but I want to ask this. My dream is to study linguistics. And I have to work because I have a family to feed. But my dream is to be in teaching full-time. Not teaching, no. I want to teach no full-time. Please, guys, wherever you can, please help me to get my dream. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg, I never cry. I'm one of those people that are very strong. I believe I'm a strong woman, but you made us cry today. And for the mere fact that you told our story unfiltered. When people tell our story and we don't tell it ourselves, it's been filtered. But this one, it comes from the heart, and therefore we want to thank you. Ouma, when she appointed me to do her affairs, she had two things. She wanted a house, and she wanted everybody to be able to speak the language. We're doing it since 1996 ourselves, but we need you guys now to help us. We have a T-shirt initiative, Ouma, where we use words in Afrikaans and English. And what we do is we have a little QR code at the back, and then we pronounce the word. That is one initiative. And then we have the Ngankusi Jive. The Ngankusi Jive we will be doing the first time ever at our annual Kalahari Desert Festival, and that is where Ouma is going to teach a lot of people. So that is only two of the initiatives that we are doing. We also got, sorry, I'm taking the space, I have to. We're also doing our annual lecture of the Understand Come Trust, and this year we're focusing on Ouma Katrina, and we're doing the language as to say thank you to her and to still promote the language. But thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Thank you for that announcement. It's exciting, the school, and so we are looking forward to that. So when you travel, make sure that you make a stop in Gauteng. They say short left. You make a stop there. May I request that we go ahead, we will swap the program a little bit. Let's do the cake cutting because Ouma is still at the front. So I will invite, let's just make sure, I will invite Ms. Fazila Monse, the chairperson of the board, Puku Children's Literature Foundation, and I will request Mama Professor Zodwa Motsamatikane as she represents the VC. Prof, are you saying I should invite more to help with the... Okay. All right. Please join us at the front so that we do this part so that it helps with the optics and the pictures and everything. Do we have knives? Did we have? I think we will need a bigger knife. The cake is rather large, so we will need a bigger knife. Yes, please, a mic. Okay, so they'll cut and then we'll call her. Okay, all right. So, cutting of the cake. Okay, can we, as they bring the knife or the spear, may we request Ntombi Mutsonga? She's turning 1 year older than last year today. It's a birthday today. Can she come to the fore? Now that we already have cake. Eta woza. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ntombi ya Mutswana. Tonga Mutswana. Happy birthday to you. Okay, so they do not have a big knife, so we will use that one. All right, would you like to say something as you cut the cake? No? Okay, let's go ahead. Sigale cake, sigale cake. Okay, Mike.
I think everything that needed to be said has been said today. And I would take this opportunity as well go bua ka puo ya ka ya Setswalo e leng Sesotho. Ke re ka nnete re lebohile haholo Ilifa le Unisa ka go kopana le Puku because we could not have done it on our own. All of us in here had a visceral reaction when we saw the physical burying of the language in that film that we saw. But I think occasions like these give us hope that there's a reawakening, a real knowledge that we are not going to do this because it is a favor, but there's a legal framework within the Constitution. Section 6.2, 6.4.2 give a positive duty to the state to ensure parity of all languages. And therefore, I think, as we've been exhorted by Ntate Sithole, that as we leave here, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we do that. I must also say that our executive director, Eleanor Sisulu, who's indefatigable in her pursuit of this passion, has said she doesn't want to rant about the lack of corporate support or finance. But I think it is quite shocking that we lack the resources to promote a very important thing, which is mother tongue, universally recognized as being fundamental, not only as a language, but as a tool that transmits cultural knowledge, traditional idioms, all of those factors that create a people. So please join us in making this a reality, even as we wish Mayor Katrina a happy birthday. Thank you very much.
Ayo. So please go ahead and cut. So for now, the only person who will have a piece of the cake will be Ouma Katrina and our poet Ntombi Yamutsonga. For the rest of us, we will have cake as dessert. Are we all ready? Where's the music? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ouma Katrina and Ntombi Yamutsonga. Happy birthday to you. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. All right, as we... Can we have a bit of assistance with the cake? Hooray! Nocha hip hip, hurrah! All right, can I get a bit of assistance just to go to Bahanji Selwe, Boba Utu, and as we, are you here? Just Ouma Katrina and Ntombi Yamutsonga. There are 2 side plates here. And the rest of us will have cake as dessert. May I request that we move on to the next item, where we will have a round table discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are standing between you and lunch, and I hope abaphekanga ngewholesome ngoba iyanquma. But we'll have a roundtable discussion. May I request? Okay, great. I know, I'm like that. As soon as I see cake, I just get excited. I'm uncontrollable. Sizocela utata ugqirha uJay Kani to come to the fore to assist us with a round table. And may I request also that our panel members please approach the stage so that you can take these seats at the front. You know yourselves, so just come up front and get ready to mesmerize us. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, my panel members, please come to the fore. And as they come to the fore, turn to the person sitting next to you and tell them what cake is in your language. Okay, Dr. Mkize, Professor Kakata, Mr. Mudumo, Gregory, Ouma Katrina as well. Okay, panel members, what is cake in your language? Umpago. We don't have the word cake in our languages. I know. Okay, are we ready? May I have our microphones, please? Okay, there we go. You're the man, Greg. You're the man, Greg. Okay, are we ready? Yo, you are eating that cake, you know, like it's made of gold and diamond, and I'm trying to look away from you. Yo, Ntombi Yamutsonga. You know, you should see her. It's the face, it's the eyes, it's the way she's, oh my. Okay, I'm looking away. Tatu Kan, Over to you, Baba. Mina, I'm moving from the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's so wonderful to be here. As Eleanor Sisulu said, for once I'm not the oldest in the room. Ouma Katrina is almost 11 years older than me. This is such an incredible event. It's sometimes difficult to make people realize how significant this moment is. We attend these events because we were on the way to do another event. And after this event, we move to another event. And the Katrina Ouma's family thinks that they'll soon be getting a call from all of us. And this is what I pray, that in all our influences as influencers, I just found out from my daughter there's a word called influencer. I still don't know what it actually means, but rightfully here, that it might be the necessary word to assist, that this dream, Ouma Katrina Esau's dream, does happen. If you could just take that as a responsibility and say, I'll do nothing except to make sure that happens. Because I don't want to go one day and the dream hasn't happened and we are again called as celebrities to attend a different event I will not mention. I knew that we were going to talk about language, indigenous languages. I said to my daughter, can you go to that Google thing of yours and find me something important to say? And she found something that I'm going to read. She found, is that, was nou my leraar, die glas is wat ek kan lees met. Wardrobe, is it kind of into yophangele Hollywood ufike ngokapeka uzenzele neti ngokwakho. Because I would have said glasses please, and the whole floor would have run to get the glasses there. Okay. I just want to read this little thing for my panel, so that gives me a sense of what we're going to talk about. And Eleanor made it very easy. She said I'm a moderator. I suppose that I've got nothing to say but to listen to you. Indigenous languages hold significant cultural, social, and historical importance for indigenous communities around the world. These languages are not just a means of communication, but also a fundamental aspect of indigenous identity, heritage, and traditional knowledge. Preserving and revitalizing indigenous languages is crucial for maintaining cultural diversity and promoting intergenerational transmission of knowledge and traditions. It also helps to strengthen communities' cohesion, foster some of pride and belonging, empower indigenous peoples to assert their rights and assert their cultural autonomy. Furthermore, indigenous languages often contain unique perspectives, worldviews, and ways of understanding the world that are not found in dominant languages. By preserving these languages, we can also preserve valuable knowledge about the environment, traditional practices, and oral histories that are essential for sustainable development and maintaining biodiversity. Overall, the importance of indigenous languages cannot be overstated, as they are a vital part of the cultural and linguistic heritage of indigenous communities and play a key role in promoting diversity, equality, and human rights. This reminds me, there was a referendum in Australia run by the government last year, November, December, asking whether the Aborigine people, the first people of Australia, should their rights be included in the Constitution as human rights. That motion lost by 95%. 95% of Australian people and government voted against the inclusion of the Aboriginal people's human rights in their constitution. Now, when I sit here and we talk about the language, and I think to myself that when I was at school, we talked about the wonderful things. I think mama lobe bala lencwadi abingu mama mgete diye sanalwa. Diye sanalwa. It's so painful that we grow old and graceful and we go gray, but then we are forced to put within the bank of our memory the children dying, the women dying in Gaza and the West Bank. It is those images that make me not sleep, because I have 7 children and 10 grandchildren. And to them, I'm not John Gunn, Dingutam Cool. So when we begin to talk about the importance of this event, I want to make sure that it is just not a government responsibility. There's a guy who lives next door to me. I know he's a nobody. I know he's always doing nothing. I think he left school at standard 6. Then he joined Umbuto for some political movement. And then he became a counselor. And now, after the council, he became a very campaigner for the Umbuto, whatever organization. And then he became a legislator within the Gauteng, the same guy who lives next door to me. Then he became the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, Sports and Recreation. And then this friend of mine became the Minister of Energy. And the last time I heard about this friend of mine, he was Minister of Water and Sanitation. Gee, that's a genius, eh? So how can I then put into this person's hands the future of our languages? So let's stop government out of the picture. Let's say this is what we as a community are going to do to preserve these languages. We have this monster in our houses. It's called television. It's raising our children. It's raising our grandchildren. It's distorting our perspective of reality. It's talking about the youth that's unemployed, yet that youth is on television advertising all the liquor products. And they look so happy. It annoys me how young people on television look so happy. It is that then we need to say, if I pay for it, I have a right to deal with it. Therefore, it is our responsibility. And I'm glad this incredible institution, UNISA, I always laugh, my sister, when I drive to Pretoria and I see this building hanging over the cliff, held by huge 2 pillars, like the pillars that Samson pushed away to kill the Philistines. And I always pray that those pillars hold so that UNISA does not fall over. Those pillars hold. So I'm going to hand over to you, my good friends. We discuss the movie or the film we've just seen. You said you don't normally cry. You was the only one who cried for your reason. I don't know why we cried. But we were all so moved by this wonderful Greg work, unobtrusive, not interfering, not imposing, and letting it flow on its own, incorrect and correct, bad acting from some of the people, but they were telling their stories, good acting from some of the people, they were still listening. But Ouma, Katrina, Esau, I had 11 brothers and 4 sisters. Now it's only me and 2 sisters who are younger than me. When you talk about het al gesterwe wat achter jou kom, this was my story. Ek vra ook van die Here, why? Hoekom? Hoekom? Maar ek wil nie gaan, ek het nog werk te doen. I'm not tempting God. So I'm going to hand over to Greg to give us your experience that when you got this assignment, you've done a lot of other great work. What was unique about this story? What was so moving to you? And what was the technique of capturing the emotional journey that was so transmitted to the viewer? Normally we see pictures on the screen and we say, oh, here's another story. I know how it's going to end. But this is the most beautiful thing I've seen in my 60 years as an actor and a writer.
Thank you, sir. Your words are very encouraging. So when we began with this story, when Masisulu and Oslorato Trok introduced us to Ouma Katrina, and we started thinking about telling a story, it was already clear to me then that this story is so big, so serious, that I might not have the requisite talents or experience to tell it properly. I might just be telling it might just make it small, whereas it's a big story. So I had to go into it knowing that it's something bigger than me, and the most encouraging thing was that Ouma, her family, and the community were so open that a lot of things that we read when we were doing research, academic research, were disabused of very many notions, and from there it was clear that, look, we need to abandon the very Western scholarly way of telling stories, and we need to treat what she's carrying, the oral tradition, as something that is as credible and an authority as a written book. And once we marched on that path, it became a lot easier. Thank you.
I did a movie outside Uppington, and we drove out to where the location was. We came to this small little dorp. It had the townhouse, it had a police station, it had a church, and a pay point for SASA, and 7 bottle stores in a row. As people get their SASA salary, they were lying on the streets, completely sloshed. And those images are some of the things that stay with us and say, we got to do something about this. Now, in the university, we keep talking about the indigenous languages, multilingualism, and this is incredible debate and discussion at this level. How then do we take this? Because we can't go into this preschool where my granddaughter is and suddenly say, now you got to start isiXhosa. When Mrs. Van Vieren, Miss Naidu, Miss Mazbuko are the teachers. Now, how do I impress upon them this madness I have, which is going to mess up how easy it is to take my 46,000 a year and then bring another child?
Sanbonani Ngiutumisile Mkhize, that's my name. I come from the Department of English Studies. I teach English. I know that English is always implicated in colonialism. So, where do I come from? Why I'm even here? I took a look at the theme which reads, multilingual education is a pillar of intergenerational learning. I then sat down and asked myself, what is a pillar? When we say something is a pillar, what do we mean? I then came up with, of course you can find it in a dictionary, but to me what came to mind is a post that supports a structure. Basically what this means is multilingualism or multilingual education or pedagogy, as some people call it, is what supports education. But how did we land here where we hero worship monolingual bias frameworks, where we consider isiZulu, isiXhosa, Sepedi, and many other languages that we have in the country as not being welcomed in an English classroom, for example? How did we come here? So those are the questions that I ask myself. If multilingualism is the foundation of all learning, how did we come here? I'm talking to myself and to all of us because we think that English should be the only language in the classroom. If I bring Setswana in the classroom, I'm diluting knowledge. So how do we bring other knowledges in the classroom if we do not acknowledge, not just acknowledge, but actually bring those languages into the classroom? So when the theme says here, multilingual education is a pillar of intergenerational learning, that's another dimension. The whole idea of intergenerational learning cuts across. It reminds us that learning has no end. Just now, uDokotela uTata, ubaba wethu simhlonipha kakhulu, ubaba uJohn Kani ukhuluma ngesizukulwane sakhe. Right? That he has a generation of how many children? 7 and 11 grandchildren. So that shows us that this is an ongoing thing. So if we are going to be and remain a multilingual country that taps into the multilingual resource, because this is a resource. I know for many, many years, there were frameworks that look at multilingualism as a problem. I think we have to move from that perspective where we look at multilingualism as a problem, but we move to viewing it as a resource. In other words, regardless of the subject you teach, I'm sure you can tell that this is a teacher speaking. I can never take out that because this is who I am. I've been teaching forever as a practicing teacher at different levels. Right now I'm a teacher educator. And this is particularly important at UNISA because statistics show that UNISA produces more than 50% of the teaching community. Of the teachers we currently have in the country. So in a way, this puts us at the center of the whole debate. I remember last year we did something in one of the modules that I teach. As I've said, I teach English, we did something that was puzzling to our students. And the module that I teach is Applied English Language Studies for foundation and intermediate phases, and home language. So what we did, we video recorded, that's my colleagues, because we teach it as a team, we video recorded welcome messages where each one of us was going to welcome our students. But we did not just want to greet them in the different languages. We wanted to communicate with them what the module is about. So we had Setswana, we had Sesotho, we had isiZulu, we had isiXhosa, and this year we're adding Afrikaans. So I remember one student, or some student writing to me, because I happened to be the leader of the module, but am I at the right place? What is Setswana doing here? And am I at the right place? What is isiXhosa doing here? What is isiZulu? And then I said to them, you are exactly where I want you to be. You are exactly where I want you to be. Because what we wanted to do was to initiate a conversation about English, not existing in a vacuum, but existing in the context of other languages in the country. We hope that we are going to continue. About 2 days ago, we had a meeting with my colleagues, thinking about how we're going to take this forward. And in fact, at the end of last year, we conducted a research which says something like inclusion of indigenous African languages in the English as a home language classroom. Because we are taking a position and we don't just want to talk about it. We actually want to act so that the teachers and the teacher candidates that we're teaching are able to see how the different pieces of the puzzle fit together by actually rethinking their multilingual stance, their monolingual stance or monolingual bias stance in relation to the community and to the whole South African community that they will be, or students that they will be teaching. Here we're talking about most people who took English as a home language come from former Model C schools, private schools, and all of that. So we believe we have started a conversation that is worth doing and a project that is worth following. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question really is not even a question. The contribution we're talking about, okay, we can sit in our beautiful conference rooms and lecture rooms and work out a strategy that is going to immediately be implemented. Burkina Faso has just changed after a coup. I think it's about how many days in power? And it's already banned French in all schools. All schools. There will be no longer reference to French in any language. And everybody freaked out, but the schools were open on Monday and they were teaching. It's you.
Engos, thank you so much. And Jan Buli Sai Kamalam Guze to Tagata Utadgani spoke about emotions. I'm from psychology, so emotions are our healing vice. He asked why. He didn't really ask, but he mentioned that we were so emotional when we were watching that. There's so many ways to interpret that. To me, I just want to say to Ma'am Katrina and her team that some of us are emotional because it is an affirmation. What you did is an affirmation and a confirmation that we truly come from a people who refused to die. Here you are. Utatu Kid Sitole had earlier spoke about being a cultural minority. And as we know that the West, which are the people who invaded our land and brutalized us, they perceive the majority in terms of materialism. And we do not do that. There is no language on this land, which is an African land, that is a minority. Because we know in Mama Katrina stands multitude of our ancestors who stood firm. This is where she's able to stand today. And I would like to call upon all of us, when Mama Katrina turns 101, she will be here, and we must come and tell her what we did about our own languages. You actually came at the right place, because we are a hub of doing exactly that. As I said, I'm in psychology, and we have learned the ways of dealing with the West because we are black psychologists. Psychology is discipline yamaqhinga. We learn how to cheat the mind, how to cheat the emotion, how to tell ourselves things that will help us to stand in triumph, not in defeat. So in our psychology, we asked, so what is it that this psychology is about? And they said, now it's about emotions, treating the emotions, easing the mind of the burdens. We said, okay, there wouldn't be a people if we didn't have that skill in all of us, everywhere in the world. Even animals are said to have that skill. So we said, okay, what do our people call these things and how do they do it? In order to arrive at that, we needed our tongues, the tongues of our ancestors that predate colonialism, that predate the existence of our brutalizers. So we said, let us go into our languages. How do amaXhosa, for example, speak the way we do amaXhosa? So, why do we encase our knowledge and wisdom in nature and geography? As we saw in the movie, there is something very significant. We saw an ostrich. We also saw caves. Why is that important? And what is it saying about our science and our knowledge? It is important because it shows us that when Western philosophy speaks of ontology, it gives us a grammar to say, okay, ours is relational. We have what Professor Ramos calls relational ontology because we live in relation with the life around us. And what do we call that and how do we see that? If psychology is about ukuphilisa umntu, then relationality is about ukuphilisana. I kill in relation to Tatukani. That is our psychology. And what is it called? What is that philosophy or culture? The philosophy is Ubuntu and the culture is Isintu. So when you register at UNISA in psychology, that is what you're teaching your children. That Isintu, where is the psychology in Isintu? When we say usana olungakhali olufele mbelekweni, what are we saying about the psychology of a people? Thank you very much.
I think we do not respect our own languages. We do not put our own languages on par with English. I went to the Woordfees in Oudtshoorn and did an Afrikaans play with Sandra Prinsloo. We performed at 9:30 a.m. in a gymnasium saal nogal. It had 525 seats, and they were all seated, Afrikaners, by 9:15. All. When we got out, we went to a tent and marquee of books published in Afrikaans, being bought in bags by Afrikaans-speaking people. We went to poetry, we went to film. I realized that the Afrikaners realized the threat of extinction of their culture and language. We just waltzing through. We just waltzing through. The day then, I believe that we force this government, or whichever one comes up at the 29th, to recognize that the president can speak Shangaan and is not seen as not very educated. That anybody can speak their own language, and that would be not a mark of their civility and Western culture. When I was introduced to Puku, and by Eleanor, she made me come to speak to a youth in a church in isiXhosa. I'm so good and powerful in English. I had to think, my Lord, how am I going to impress these young people in isiXhosa? You understand? She's on about to speak your indigenous language, to write in your indigenous language. Do you understand? So if then we could make children at that level to know that if the name is Ntombizodwa, if the name is Noltando, she's not missing an English name. I got mine when I was baptized in 1943. What umfundisi ngubani mntana watata ngubonisile wathi a Christian name watata kanalo wathi ndinikwa uJohn uRight. But thank God to that throwing the John, because it became John Kani and the brand. But it was by default that I became John. Same with Madiba, who also was told, do you have another name other than Holihlahla? So the question simply is, how do we see this movement, this intergenerational? How do we talk to our children? How do we talk to the teachers or the educators of our children? How do we not constantly say it's STEM because we need the economy, we need to drive inventors, innovation, we need scientists, we need technology, we need engineering, we need maths, history and culture. Yeah, but not now. So how then do we make it urgent to the over 60 million South Africans that it is urgent, this issue is urgent? And any institution that does not allow children to be taught in their own language, I don't know whether there are 16 tribes in one class, you will have 16 teachers in and out. But this is a position that we could make our government understand. So how do we do that? How do we, because I know, I mean, a government comes in on the 29th and their first job is how do we win the next election? So the 5 years in power is in political campaigning for the second term. So you are not part of the agenda and you will never be. So it's all on us. So when one day I could go to Uppington and go in a classroom and they're teaching, and I will remember you. And I will say, she did it.
Thank you. So, you know, your question is a very difficult one. And as a filmmaker who really likes the craft of documentary filmmaking. I think it's akin to teaching, and if you look at a lot of the social ills, political issues that we have as Africans, a lot of them stem from the fact that we don't have a strong sense of who we are, and we are not able to define ourselves without a Western lens, or without, and then there was imperialism and coloniality and all of that. So I think if we can come to a point where we can look at our history, especially pre-colonial history, and take key lessons there as to how we ran our societies, what we deemed as a civilization, a lot of these problems will disappear. But for us to do that, we must first access that knowledge, and we can only access it when we know our mother languages. So without our languages, we are doomed. So I think as teachers, it's prayed in that message that if you don't know who you are, if you can't articulate yourself, your dreams, or those of your forebears, you can't solve anything. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We're going to do something like, we're talking too much this side. Would love some questions to come there. Oh, look at that hand. There's a hand there. And if the question is answerable by people within this audience who are our senior academics and academia, it doesn't have to come back here. You raise your hand and said, I'll answer that question. We're all in this thing together. We're all in trouble together.
And may I request that we keep the questions short so we'll be able to finish the program. Thank you.
Don't comment how nice we are. Get to the question.
It wasn't actually my intention.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your contributions. One of the things that I noticed throughout the presentations, and also I have seen the full film, but one thing that is missing, in my opinion, is that South Africans generally are totally unaware that when those people whom the colonialists and then later the apartheid government classified, colored, and the apartheid government went a step further and legislated it. They divided people who then became coloreds into 7 distinct groups, or 9 distinct groups. We know Africans, to use the generic term now, were segregated, as it were, within the broader tribal groups which they identified. What you do not know is that when they legislated who was colored, it went hand in hand with land dispossession.
Land dispossession.
It went hand in hand with land dispossession. The way that the narrative is today, only Africans, in that broad sense, have lost land as a result of colonialism and apartheid. And that is not true. That is why, if you look at where the Namas live, or you go to Uppington, or wherever you go, and you see these rural colored townships, and what do you see? Never mind the cities now. You see drunkenness, you see low levels of education, poor language skills, poor reading abilities, drugs, no jobs, all of that. Does that come from nothing? No. When they were insistent on Nama not being an independent tribe to use their language, but rather part of what they wanted coloreds to be, they took the land. They took the very basis. I can tell you stories from my own family. So this is something, and so we have in all these parts a poverty which is disproportionate to what things were like before we were colonized.
Yes.
And dispossessed of our land, but it's only recognized to the extent that it is with regards to the African population. So none of, hang on, so many of our indigenous groups, and this is where government is failing also, they are no longer recognized with all the rights that go with indigenous groups as indigenous. They are colored. And then my final point is, my heart broke. Because I know Claudia, I had seen the film already, and I met her beautiful children, that she says, she begs that what she really wants to do, and it's not in her selfish interest, what she wants to do is to study linguistics, because she is an uneducated person that is trying to revive this language. Her daughter speaks it more fluently than she does, by the way. So if we want to say we must do something, and as you said, I would like us with Ouma Katrina's 101st birthday. Then we can say, we've done this, we've done that. You from the education or whatever, the linguistics department, what is stopping you? What is stopping you, UNISA, from creating a scholarship particularly for the needs of Claudia Snyman? Nothing. Nothing is stopping you. And if anything, then today this decision should be taken such that it can be gone to council or wherever it goes, and that I will also know about it because I'm friends with Eleanor or whatever. Do you understand? And if you look at the conditions, if you saw the whole film, and you saw the conditions under which Mama Katrina and Claudia teach, you would be shocked out of your humanitarian minds.
Thank you. Thank you. It was no question. Somebody else? This here in front here.
So this will be the last question.
And thank you for your contribution, ma'am. Thank you to link this problem to the old problem, the land. Thank you.
Sanbonan.
Yebo.
Lokhuluma noSipho kaNtombela udlula impangazithu maGebe umbulazi kaThekeni umahlobo uZulu kaMalandela.
Musho.
Amen. Like high, it goes to the four of you and then to us. Because education, it's very broad. Joba Shusisugut, it's also psychology. And then there are programs about take a boy child to prison, young Pazamisa. And then there's a program that is called take a girl child to work. We have to fix that because there's work and then there's prison. Because the education and language, it must have an integrity, have motivation. A person should be passionate in the language. Be accountable. Isizulu sakho masingathathwa njengenhlala yenza. Sinqunywe emlonyeni wakho sihambe njengamanzi. You must be passionate about it and then be accountable. And then you must commit yourself to a language. As we are saying, language of my soul. Because it belongs to you. And you must trust that Ouma ndithetha isiXhosa bayandiva. Uma ngikhuluma isiZulu ngiyazwakala. Uma kwenziwa okuthize kwenzakala kanjalo. And then okugcina ngaze ngidle isikhathi somphathi uhlelo.
Siyabonga Mpangazisi.
Ngizocela bakwethu nani baphathi bohlelo ukuthi masiqale senzeni ama contents akwazi ukukhulumeka nangesintu because ingane zethu asukuthi azizwe isilungu as understand nje nhlobo. So mawuthi algebra izibalo, trigonometry or geometry izibalo zemidwebo, ukuze umntwana azo understand ukuthi umeme ukhuluma ngani. Mawukhuluma ngescience yini potassium
Pangazitha.
zonke lezo zinto. So masingaqala nje senza izinto ezokwazi ukuthi abantwana bakwazi ukuphasa. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
Yeah, we will just keep the microphone. Thank you for your contributions, Dad.
Thank you. Sibulele kakhulu ku njengalwazi uMamathikane omele utisho omkhulu ophethe yonke le ndawo. Sibulele ku Elino noPhuku, sibulele ku Kid noLifa, sibulele kubo bonke abantu abakuphuma kwindawo zabo benoqhagamshelwana nelento iqhubeka apha. Ikakhulu ons wil sê baie dankie. Ouma, Katrina, Esau, baie dankie. Jou lewe het ons iets belangrik. I'm trying. Het is belangrijk vandaag voor ons om te leren. Maar ik wil net zeggen, jij is niet alleen niet, Ouma. Wat jij sukkelt vanaf. Es dieselfde story met Venda, Tsonga, and Shangaan, and all the indigenous called. I wish, Mamathikane, you people, can you help me with indigenous? Is there any other word we could use that was not used by the colonialists who call my language indigenous? When I speak isiXhosa, they say it's vernacular. Then I have my brother saying, speak English, don't speak vernacular. I can't find the direct translation of vernacular into isiXhosa. So can you help us with this terminology that we belittle ourselves by using them as tools? Therefore, thank you, and thank you to my panel. Thank you for a beautiful movie. And thank you for your psychological analysis of how we view ourselves. We're such in a violent fighting mood. You say hello and I say what? Because we are impatient. And thank you for you, Mfundisi Nzapho, for your also looking into this situation into a more sort of broader platform in the responsibility of the teacher, the educator. There was a time I was a pupil and a student. Now my daughter is an educator and the person sitting in front of them is a learner. I don't know what happened to the teacher because I can't saba educate because I must win and do. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu to the panel and the convener of the panel. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you and also the contributions from the floor. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this program. Before I call my ED, my executive dean, I just need to announce that today is a birthday of another special person, and she's standing next to me. It's her birthday today. Is there anyone else whose birthday falls today? Are you here? Would you stand if you have a birthday today? Okay, so Unkutlile, you are the only other person who has a birthday today. So happy birthday to you. Uyakhula namhlanje uhule ulikaneli tlo. Siyabonga. May I invite my executive dean, the executive dean of the College of Human Sciences, who will give us the vote of thanks. Okay, ma. Good.
Thank you. I must just mention things that were left out in terms of going forward. And I know one of my colleagues there would, she was a principal, so I really obey when she says something. We have a YouTube channel, a Puku YouTube channel. There's also a Language of My Soul channel. As we take this work forward, the uptake of these channels, the numbers of people, what do they call it, the views. The views are very important as you are fundraising. So people, please, the Language of My Soul channel showcases the film. It showcases, and we hope to have more content about the new language. And that content, the more it's shared, the more people view. Ngu is one of the most ancient languages in the world, the linguists tell us. And we want to use modern digital space to promote an ancient language. So please visit the Language of My Soul YouTube channel. And also with puku.coza, we have the book, Tortoise and Ostrich. Also, purchase of that book, Ouma gets royalties. So purchase of the book is also supporting the language. The more we support these products, the more we consume what we produce, the more progress we make in trying to decolonize ourselves. Thank you.
Sanbonan, I know colleagues, an obstacle. Okay, lo khulumayo uzethu Nkosi, abaningi sebeyazi, umama wale kwaMashu, KZN, ngiphuza umngeni amanzi engiwaphuzayo. Ngize ngifike la ngidlule ngajomba imifula nemfudlanyana. Intaba nentabakazi ngithi intaba yokhahlamba intaba yami asikho lapha isikhathi asikho. On behalf of the college management and the university management, I would love to thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. May we give ourselves a round of applause? Without you, this event ngaba yenzekanga. And then we really appreciate to have a leader, Prof. Linkabule, who allowed us to do things as we wish. And also our leader, Prof. Zodwa Motsamatikane, because this is her baby. She is in charge of multilingualism, and that's where we are as a College of Human Sciences. I would love to thank the organizing team, the hard work they put in, and also Prof. Charlie with his leadership. Not forgetting Prof. Ngwepe colleagues, I think everybody must just check. There is a guy called Prof. Ngwepe. Prof. Ngwepe, people must see you. Prof. Ngwepe, yes. He's now an executive director in the library. He pitched this idea. He said, Prof. Kos, I've got some good news for you. I'm in partnership with Puku and Ilifa, and we could do great things. People who attended the School of Art conference, they can see now that it's a continuation of the things that we did there. So thank you very much, Prof. Ngwepe. Sometimes we do things, we don't thank people who initiated events. Thanks. Yes, I need to thank all the speakers, colleagues. Due to time constraints, I'm not going to go line by line. I've prepared evidence, my line manager. Yes. I prepared, yes. What I want to take from this engagement is that Ubabusol informed us that we can create jobs through languages. We can do radio shows, we can do even TV programs, we can write books in our own mother tongue languages. Prof. Matonsela, we need editors, we need to have journals, we need to do articles, we need to create a space where we can really share our languages. And then may I take this opportunity to thank the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the Northern Cape, provincial government for sponsoring attendance of Ma, Ouma and Claudia today. And also Puku wants to acknowledge Prof. Ngwepe for devoting his time, colleagues. Last year, if you were watching 2023 Comrades Marathon, Prof. Ngwepe ran and said, I'm running in the name of languages. To all of us, our neighbors, our colleagues, may we do an introspection and take this discussion forward individually, to our families, to our organizations, because we are responsible for preserving the languages. Nobody else, colleagues. We are in charge of ensuring that the generations behind us, they know what is new. Uthini usawubona ungiyamthanda. Ma, Ouma, Katrina and family, baya danki ma. We are very grateful to have you. And then you smell flowers. We give you flowers while you are still going to smell them. Thank you very much. Don't give up. We're here to support. Colleagues, we had Octavia. Is it Octavia? You want to do linguistic? Please go to Prof. Charlie. Just Claudia. Before you leave, he's a school director where they offer linguistic. Keep in touch with him, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the attendance. We appreciate. Thank you.
It's okay. Eyo Din, Eyo. Eyo Ouma, Eyo everyone. All right. Kuyezugudla. We are going to lunch. Before we go for lunch, we have books available for sale. Please go just outside the venue. The books are available for sale. We are supporting multilingualism. And you can use your cash or EFT, I think, will be available. All right, let's sort this out. When we go for lunch, this table will start, they will go for lunch, and then from this table, we'll go to the reserved tables. From there, our ushers, you can see them in their gorgeous, elegant black and white. Our ushers will usher us towards the tables, right? So you listen to them, please. They will show you when it's your turn to go to the tables. Now, we skipped some some items because we were rushing the program. So as we have our lunch, you go and get your plate, you come back to your table. As we have our lunch, we will have the beautiful birthday lady, Untombi Mutsonga, who will give us an item. And then we will have the mesmerizing, the amazing, the absolutely brilliant Inkaba Creative Art House Dance Group. They will come and follow birthday girl. With those words, Ayo everyone, Ayo everyone. Kambe, what did we say? Pambili. Kopili, forward D. That's how it's said. It's forward D. God bless you, everyone. Please remain in your seats. Please remain in your seats, and our ushers will assist. Kodwa kona kuyezukudla, kuyezukudla, kuyezukudla. Kuyezukudla. Ntombi ya Mutsonga, where are you? Oh, there we go.
Botala bastala ba hekile maboko loko ntsi hundza ile mahandzeni ya tindlela. Vamatlhari va rurumela ku ri na mumuloko va vona xivumbeko xa mina. Kotwala ntsena ngulumelo wa mfumo wu lohile mpfungwe. Ngulumelo wa marito lawa tlakukeke ya huwelela yaku. Shana I wansati muni loyi. Hambile swivongongoma a yi ti chayi. Leya ka mina yi tiva mina n'winyi wa yona. Ndzi tshikeni ndzi ti chayela yona. Ndzi tshikeni ndzi ti nyungubyisa. Ndzi wansati wa xiviri, wansati xidzi. I ntombi ya Mutsonga wa xambala makutla madyafu leri ra tsundzuka n'wana hi ku heta a ku yo n'wananga vito Masingita. Masingita lawa tsuvulaka ni misisi hi vutshila. Mutsonga u chava ku tsongola swa van'wana vanhu. Ya kubatwa mabembisa ndhavuko wa Vatsonga mikulungwani na makhwela.
We're also proud of the Puku Children's Literature Foundation in Gauteng, which recently won a prestigious award from the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, for using digital technologies to promote indigenous language, literature for children.
It's digital. Strategic convener for collaborative